Hey everyone, how's it going? Happy Friday. It is Friday, January 9th. My name is Lacey Jane, and this is Criminally Confident. I am so happy to have you guys here today. I know people are going to start trickling in here shortly, but while it's just you and I want to say how thankful I am that I've far surpassed 500,000 views in less than 28 days. And we are on track to hit another milestone today. If we get around 60 subscribers by the end of the stream, we're not doing a very long stream today because we are starting a new trial, but we will take what we can get. And if we hit that, that's awesome. If you could do me a favor and please make sure to hit the thumbs up. That means that you're giving it a like. It's free. As well as to make sure that you are subscribed to my channel. That would be greatly appreciated. That's also free, by the way. And what else? Fridays are typically pretty slow, but maybe we can bring some people in here because the whole idea is that we are going to be able to go through the first day of the testimony in the Uvalde cop situation. I have to watch what I say because of YouTube not liking algorithm words. With that being said, you guys won't have to sit through long breaks with me, and we can get right to the meat of the trial. So I have it. Don't bite me. I have my cat on my lap, and I have it all queued up, the video that is. And we're going to do some get ready with me. Please don't bite me. And we're also going to start this video. Let's go.
Plea in the causes. And again, typically, ladies and gentlemen, I read the indictment immediately after you're impaneled and sworn. But because of the lateness of the hour last evening, we deferred it to today. So at this time, I'd ask the state to approach, and you may make your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. It was a war's day at Robb Elementary. The fourth graders lined up throughout the morning and gathered at the cafeteria with their parents. To receive certificates of achievement. It's a day of celebration. After the celebration, they returned to their homes and to their classes. They turned off the lights and they watched movies because it was a light day. Some of the kids got to go to recess.
I used to love movie days.
Just down the road was Hillcrest Funeral Home. And a man named Gilbert Lamons was working at the funeral home. It was about 11:30 when a truck crashed through a rail and into a ditch. So he did what any of us would do. He went to check on the driver to see if he was okay. He and Cody Brasino left the funeral home, walked across the street, got close to the ditch when they were met with a man who exited the truck, got out with a rifle, a high-powered rifle. So as you might expect, they turned and ran. Shots were fired. So they called the police. They called the police for help. The gunman jumped over the fence, deliberate pace across the schoolyard to the southwest corner building, and opened fire. Stephanie Hale was in the playground on the south end of the school. She heard the fire, and it didn't make her incapable of action. She protected the kids. She got them to safety. They went into the classrooms. They did as they'd been trained. They hid in the dark and waited for help from the police. The teachers and the kids armed themselves with scissors to confront a gunman. To confront a gunman. Melody Forrest was also out there that day. She heard the shots fired. She had a concern for the kids. She was capable of action. She ran to where the gunfire was sounded. And there were kids at the south end that were about to go to recess. They were told, get back in, get back in, get back in. And she doesn't leave her post until they get back in the west wing. But she stays in there so long that when that happens and the last kid enters, she's face to face with a gun. And he fires on her and she turns to run. And when she turns to run, she trips and she falls. And when she gets up, Adrian Gonzales, the police officer, is there. She says, he's over there. She urges him to go get him. Adrian Gonzales says, where? Over there. He's wearing black. He's in the teacher's parking lot. As shots are ringing out. This is not confusion. He gets on the radio and says, shots are fired. He's wearing black. He's in the parking lot. He knows where he is. But Adrian Gonzales remains at the south side of the school. The gunman makes his way up the west side of the west building where the fourth graders are. He fires shots into a classroom full of children at 102. Adrian Gonzales remains.
Sorry, Coco.
He moves down to classroom 104, fires shots into the classroom of 104. Adrian Gonzales remains. He moved halfway down the wing, fires more shots, this time not into the building because there's no defect in the building. It's not going into the windows, it's not going into the bricks. It's also at the same time when forces are coming, other police officers are starting to arrive. He then hurries to the west door and enters. It's been a minute. And there's a break in the shooting. And Adrian Gonzales remains. That gunman then walks down the hallway, gets to room 111 and 112, the entryway, and fires in the neighborhood of 20 shots in the hallway. And Adrian Gonzales remains. The children in 111 and 112 are done as they're trained. In the dark, lights off, be quiet, hide, and wait for Adrian Gonzales. And the gunshots get near, and the slaughter begins. One of the shots penetrates the window going out of room 111. Melody Flores is still urging Adrian Gonzales to go in. She sees the shot come through the window. Adrian Gonzales tells the police he sees the shot go through the window. Adrian Gonzales gets on the radio and says, guys, I think he's made it in the building. This isn't confusion. Adrian Gonzales remains. For the next minute and a half, about 60 shots go into children. And Adrian Gonzales remains. 3.5 minutes into this ordeal, while Adrian Gonzales is still standing out there, his boss shows up. Peter Arredondo, along with Sergeant Coronado. They're running up adjacent to another building, get about the same distance Adrian Gonzales is from the gunshots. Then they hear the shots going off. And Coronado yells, what you would expect a police officer to yell. Shots fired, get in the building. 3.5 minutes later. So Adrian Gonzales joins the other two officers and Donald Page, who's just arrived, and they go into the building. He enters the building for 8 minutes and 45 seconds after he got there, and after the damage is done. So we ask ourselves, was this his first day on the job? Was he a rookie? Adrian Gonzales was a veteran of 10 years. He'd been to the Uvalde Police Department for 10 years. He'd been to the school district for a year. He had thousands of hours of training. He went to compel training, which was active shooter training, which is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
When you hear gunshots, you go to the gunfire. But it wasn't just active shooter training. They didn't just sit in a classroom, they practiced. They practiced what do you do if it's in an open area, like this open area. And they trained Adrian Gonzales how to do his job safely. And that is, you look for concealment and cover. Concealment means the gunman can't see you. It may not protect you if he shoots, but he can't see you. Cover means you're protected. The corner of a building means you're protected. We're not asking Adrian Gonzales to commit suicide. He has been trained to go to the corner of a building and distract, delay, and impede the gunman while help is arriving. But Adrian Gonzales does nothing more than mic this microphone and tell other officers what's going on. So why are we here? When a child is in danger and calls 911, we have the right to expect a response.
Absolutely. Please. I may have a moment to rewrite some of that piece on the back here.
All right.
Very short opening statement, if I may say so myself. Where are you guys watching from?
Okay, please forward. There's the curious. The monster who hurt those children is dead. And I mean, it's emotion.
I want to hear all of that.
When he talked to you, I can understand why he had emotion. I can't talk to you without it either. I think you heard me say yesterday, this is one of the worst things that ever happened in our country.
Yeah.
There's only been a few like this.
100%.
This many, this young, innocent. It's awful. But Adrian Gonzales did the best he could with what he knew at the time. Adrian Gonzales, the prosecution got up here in the opening statement, and you're going to see, and Nico, my partner, is going to come up here and he's going to go through the types after I talk to you. But you're going to see that the prosecutor has tried to condense time at some points and then tried to stretch it out. But one of the things that you didn't hear in his opening was any preciseness of the times. We heard about a minute. That's not what we're going to do in this trial. We're going to talk about what Adrian knew, what was happening second by second, so that you can understand that we're right. We know that Adrian never was able to confront the gunman. But the prosecution is going to agree, and the evidence is going to prove throughout the trial, Adrian never saw it. The prosecution says knowing the general location. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And one of the things that you heard the prosecution say, you heard him say that Adrian said he's over there in the parking lot. He's over there in the teacher's parking lot on the west side of the building. What he didn't tell you is that when Adrian said that.
What's up, y'all? If you could please make sure and hit that like button, that would be awfully nice of you. Thank you.
And Nick is going to talk about it. But he said that. This is the parking lot on the west side of the building. When Adrian calls that out, he's over here, all the way on the other side of this building. And as far as being here, calling it out, the shooter had already entered the building at the time that Adrian says he's on the west side of the building, the teacher's parking lot. He does not know. Adrian does not know where he is. But I want to talk about it using this map so that you can get an idea of what happened. First, the issue was that. Sorry. The issue was that.
I'm sorry. My assistant's trying to get in touch with me.
Yeah, it's fine. Where we start And just so that everybody can understand. And you know, oftentimes in these kind of cases, we don't use the names of these monsters because that's a lot of times why they do this, right? He's a monster. What he did to these children, what you're going to see that he did to these children is horrifying. It's disgusting. It's terrible. But he didn't start with the kids. The first thing he did before he got to Robb Elementary was he shot his grandmother in the face at his home. So she gets shot in the face. He gets in a vehicle. Her house is probably a couple of blocks. So if you can imagine the map extending out here, he gets in a car. He doesn't know how to drive. He gets in a car with that firearm. He comes up Grove Street here, and you're going to see that this right here it's like a concrete culvert. It's got a railing here, and obviously somebody normally would make that turn. This dead ends into this culvert. After shooting his grandmother in the face, he comes down here, blows through this railing, and his car ends up in the concrete culvert. Now this is going to be important because if you listen to the prosecution, what the prosecution is wanting, I suppose, and expecting and trying to show you or argue in this trial is that everybody has to have perfect understanding of what's happening.
There she is.
But you're
I
going to
just sent you a message on Discord like, are you alive?
You're going to hear that there's never been a school shooting in the United States of America that begins with somebody wrecking into a culvert like that. Now, what does this tell a police officer? And you'll hear what the evidence is going to show. This tells a police officer somebody has maybe shot an adult, right? Maybe committed some other crime, maybe committed a robbery, maybe trying to get away, or maybe is drunk, right?
Medical
and
emergency.
Doesn't navigate the turn, or maybe was texting. Some other thing is happening. This is not how a school shooting starts. It just happens to be next to a school, and this is important. So the shooter wrecks, and as the prosecution says, there's a fence right here. He climbs the fence. This is the funeral home he was talking about. People come out of this funeral home because they see this wreck, and he fires shots. Now, where's Adrian at this time? Just so you understand, this is Robb Elementary. These are all the buildings in Robb Elementary. Robb Elementary does not have an officer that's there all the time. So he is not the officer for Robb Elementary. He's not the police officer that's there. He is not at that school. He is actually at a park because he typically works at the high school in Uvalde. And he's at the park with a bunch of the students who they're having there's a different kind of
Field
celebration.
day.
As the prosecutor said, this is towards the end of the year. So students are, it's not, as we all remember in elementary and even high school, once you get to the end of May, you're not doing a whole lot except award ceremonies, talking to parents, all those other things, watching movies in the classroom, things like that. Adrian is away from here at this park, but he hears the call. He's not the officer actually assigned to even take this call. The call comes out as an accident. A car has crashed into this culvert. He's not the officer assigned. There's a different officer, you'll see, that actually comes up here later on, and the person assigned to the call doesn't ever do any of the things that you're going to see that Adrian did. But he gets a call to crash, and he says, okay, I'll go out and see what's up, see what's going on. You'll hear a particular thing about Uvalde. Uvalde has a population of people who are undocumented. You will hear that 50 times in a 2-month period is typical for there to be some sort of accident or bailout involving people who are undocumented. It's one of those things that's particular to Uvalde, particular to the region. It's one of those things that officers deal with all the time, and it's one of the things schools deal with all the time. And this is important because when that crash happens, the school does not go into lockdown. Why doesn't the school go into lockdown? Because nobody is expecting that this is a school shooting. They're expecting that this is a drunk. This is somebody getting away from something else. Now, why is that important? Even when he's advancing or leaving his car, what they can see and what they can tell at the time is not telling anybody that he is trying to get into this school to hurt any children in this school. He is trying to get away from the scene of this crash. And that's one of the themes that throughout is that what's happening with this particular situation is confusing the police about what actually the intentions are of this person. They start setting up perimeters that you'll see later because he's trying to just get away from them. Nobody's thinking, we know now, they know now, everybody knows now that he was messaging people that he's about to go shoot up a school. Everybody knows now that he was disturbed, that he was a monster, that he was trying to do this. He was speeding towards the school to do it and just happened to have not negotiated the turn and went into this culvert. But at the moment, that's not what it looks like. That's not what it looks like to him. It's not what it looks like to anybody. It's not what it looks like to anybody, any of the officers that come up. But then there is gunfire. And that's important. So he's here towards the funeral home. At the same time and around, Adrian is starting his response. And Adrian also comes up Grove Street. And this is important. He'll talk to you about the fact that there was Melody Flores. As Ramos is walking this way, and he does walk. He starts to walk, shoots here, starts walking this way. you'll hear that people from the funeral home, the homes up here, can see that he hide behind cars, and they call that in. But that's not something communicated over the radio to the police. But they do call it in that he is here in the parking lot. By the time Adrian is getting here to the property, he understands. He starts to understand because now the people are calling 911. They'll talk about, and now they're saying the shots are fired. So Adrian here, as he's coming down here, he starts to hear shots are fired. This is a gate that gets onto that school property. It should be closed. It wasn't. And Adrian drives right through here. So he is responding, and you're seeing shots fired, hearing shots fired, understanding, okay, this is not just an accident anymore. And then you'll hear that Melody Flores, the teacher that the prosecution talked to you about, the teacher that the prosecutor said, well, she acted, right? And we agreed. She did see kids, and she told them, we talked about the west part of the building, south part of the building, west part of the building, south part of the building. She told them, get back inside, get back inside. As she's over here telling them this, and he's here firing rounds, and you're going to know that that's where he's around this area firing rounds. Adrian is coming here. Once Ramos is behind these cars in the parking lot, Adrian doesn't see him at all, never does. The prosecutor never saw, not in his life, ever saw this gunman. Gunman's here, Flores is here. Adrian sees Flores from that distance and thinks that she may be the gunman, or that she may have, or somebody. He doesn't know if it's a man or a woman. You'll see the distances, it's too far to tell. But he thinks that he's hearing that there's a person. He knows there's shots fired. He believes that this person is either grappling with a gunman or is the gunman themselves. The reason he thinks that they might have grappled is because, as Bill said, he trips and she falls in, and this is all dirt. So there's like this cloud of dust, and it looks like from that distance.
Blanket.
You will watch him, and there's a camera from this funeral home that will show this. He comes in and he spots her. He zeroes in on her. Doesn't know it's a her. Doesn't know it's a coach. Doesn't know it's a teacher. Thinks that that's what he's there to respond to. Thinks that that's potentially the danger that he's there for, and he drives straight to her. He goes straight at her until he gets here, and this is where Adrian ends up parking his car, and you'll see that. Adrian parks here. She falls down here in the dirt. Remember, this is the south side of the building.
Dirt.
5 seconds after he gets out of the car and realizes this isn't a gunman, and there's nobody else here but her, and he's trying to ask what's happening. 5 seconds after that,
Oh my God.
the shooter starts shooting into the side of the school. And he does. You can see by the shell casings, the line here, and you'll hear the shell casings when the gun is fired. They go back, slightly back into the road, slightly back through the road. And you can use the shell casings. There's never any over here, so he wasn't over here firing at Melody Flores. They're here. They go right up the building here. So get in here. So what they're talking about is,
Get out of here.
the gunman is moving up this school. And these distances, when you go and you see it in person, and you see it in some of these videos, you see the pictures, it doesn't do it justice. This and this, there's nobody that can see or understand here what's going on over here. There's not.
Well,
She is telling him, but she's going to testify to you that when he got out, she told him he's in the building. And she was 100% wrong. He was standing right here, shooting here. And that's okay that she's wrong. We're not requiring her to be right. This is the most tragic day of Melody Flores' life. It's the most stressful thing that she's ever been through. But as the prosecutor says, Adrian says, well, but she's telling me that he's over there and that he's wearing black. And what did Bill say? He said, well, what did he do? He didn't do nothing but call the radio for other people. That's what police officers are supposed to do.
No.
Whenever you hear information, you have to call it out to everybody else for everybody else's safety. So you'll hear that at that time now, 3 officers arrive right here. One of them has a rifle. They see him about to go to the building. One of them asks for permission to shoot. Permission, there's not even a chance for a response. Because by the time that they turn around, he's gotten inside. Adrian doesn't know who it is. Didn't see him. They see him because they're on a direct line of sight to that door, to that west entrance. Adrian is dealing with a woman who is going to tell you and going to testify to you that she's telling Adrian that he's in the building. But it's clear that these gunshots, as he's moving up this building, it's clear that those gunshots are coming from outside. What Mr. Turner said was that he was supposed to make it to the corner of this building here. That's what he's talking about. Make it to the corner and distract the leg. The distance from this point to this corner, there's nothing in between. And you'll hear that Adrian is doing as he's supposed to do. Once these gunshots happen, once he starts shooting into this side of the building, Adrian thinks they're taking fire. He does. He gets to the front of his car and he's trying to use the car as cover. There's a car. He has his car. This corner of the building is about 45 seconds away, walking from where his car is, maybe 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, depending on how fast you walk or run. But you have to run through open. But his car is right there, so he doesn't do nothing. He gets behind his car to try to figure out where the gunfire is coming from. You're going to hear that these officers here, as the shooter is shooting into the building, all the way up, these officers here, they think that the gunfire is coming at them. Because of the nature of gunfire, and we're going to talk about it. Once you have a rifle fire, it's going to bounce. And it bounces off of these structures, and it echoes, and it comes to the people, and it causes confusion. So they think that the shots are coming at them. The shots aren't, but it's understandable they think so. He thinks they're coming at him. She's going to tell you that she's telling him that he's in the building when he knows that he's not in the building. But when he calls out that he's on the west side, you'll know when he understands and knows. When Adrian finally figures out where he is, their indictment says, knowing the general location of the shooter. He does call out on the radio the general location of the shooter. 1 second after the shooter's already entered the building. When Adrian is saying that he's by the cars in this lot, he's not there. He's inside. These guys saw him go in. These guys here saw what happened. Adrian is here and cannot see them. Now, other things begin to happen. So at a certain time, and even you're going to hear these guys, they still don't know what his intent is. They think that they're setting up here. They're trying to figure out. They know he's wrecked and he shot at these people. They're assuming that he's trying to get away from them. Nobody still is assuming this is what ultimately happens, is tragedy. Once something like this happens, right? This was the only and the first time ever that a school shooting starts with a wreck and a culprit. Now, part of the training. Don't get confused. Don't get confused by the fact that there may be other things going on. Just like if there's a robbery at this funeral home and somebody's running out of the funeral home, it's not the first assumption back then for a police officer to say, oh, he's robbing the funeral home, then he's going to run over here and he's going to go into the classroom.
What are they going to rob from a funeral home?
Now, of course, that doesn't excuse it. It's wrong. It contributes to the confusion. So as we get here, you'll see that, I think Bill said, his boss arrives. What happens is that some of the officers, as he's going in this way, some of the officers bring the car around to try to figure out, like, is he trying to get around here? You'll see that Coronado and you'll see that Chief Arredondo come this way and this way to where Adrian is. By the time that they talk to Adrian, you have Sergeant Page that's pulled in and arrived. So what's happening is that Adrian's trying to call it out. He sees other people. He then hears and understands eventually when Sergeant Page gets there, as he's trying to brief him about what's happening, he hears that he's in the building. And Adrian is one of the first 3 people to go in. This is not a man that does nothing. This is not a man that is sitting and doing nothing. It's a man who is confused. It's a man who's talking, who has made assumptions that are understandable that turned out to be wrong. But he was trying. He was going towards that danger. And this is a man who, when it was time and they are standing here and it's time, because you'll hear that Coronado did say, like, he's in the building, we got to go. But Sergeant Page never said any of that. Sergeant Page said, we're standing there. We hear the gunshots from inside the building. We made the decision. Everybody's kind of making that decision at the same time. The first 3 people to go in, when Adrian goes in there, when he goes into the building, Sergeant Page is in front of him and he goes in behind him in the building. The gunman comes out of the classroom and takes shots at other officers coming in from the other side. Adrian Gonzales did not fail to act. The gunman turns that way instead of that way. He's right in the line of fire. And he was willing to be there in a hallway with a rifle, with no real protection from a rifle. They had nothing that would protect them from a rifle. That wasn't going to stop the rifle. If he turned around and shot him right in the chest, right past the Kevlar, that bullet killed him. And he did. He went in. He's one of the first in the building. But they get backed off because the shooter does not come out of the classroom. But you'll see him in the video. Does not come out. But the gun comes out, shoots at other officers that are trying to come from the other way. They back off. You're also going to hear that Adrian has a radio. None of the officers' radios in Uvalde ISD, none of them, you'll hear what they say break. That just means none of them work. They cannot communicate inside the building. His chief tells him, go out of the building and call SWAT. Adrian does. You'll also hear that as people start arriving, right, because eventually there'll be 374 officers that arrive.
Holy
shit.
Any
of the indictment they read, they are not charging Adrian with the conduct of any officer in that hallway. Anybody that was standing there, anybody that was like getting hand sanitizer or anything that you might have seen. He is not being charged with any of that conduct. He is not being charged, in fact, with any other conduct of his. The only thing where they stop is they stop after the shooter enters 111 and 112 and shoots at her in the direction of children. That's That's where it stops. So what the state tried to make you believe was this insane amount of time that he had to do all of these things.
Right.
From the time that he's here, from the time he first contacts Melody Flores to the time the shooter goes in the building on the side is about 1 minute. That's what we're talking about. It's about 1 minute. So he's trying to get this information, understand it, communicate it, figure it out, and it's about and also protect himself and the teacher. I mean, he's trying to make sure that both of them are not being shot at because they don't know. That's 1 minute of time. This isn't a man waiting around. This isn't a man failing to count. They're not going to prove that. But what they are going to do, I'll tell you what they are going to do is they're going to show you the worst things that you've ever seen. You will not come out of this trial the same person in your heart. I'm not. They're not. They're not. They're not. It's traumatic. They're not. Nobody will be the same. And we're not comparing what we've seen, but you can't imagine the pain. And what the prosecution wants you to do is see that, see those horrible things. You get so mad at Adrian that you convict him. So mad at Adrian that you say, convict him because of this horrible thing that's happened. And I can't even describe it, what they're going to do. They're going to try to play on your emotions. They're going to try to do that. The monster who did this to these kids, the monster who hurt these children is dead. He is dead.
Hello.
He doesn't get this justice. Hopefully he's got it different. But he doesn't have this justice. There's not going to be this trial for him because he was shot and killed as he should have been by police officers on the scene. So now you're looking for somebody to put in that chair, put you in these chairs. But showing you those pictures, like they're going to, I want you to be prepared for it. I don't want you to know that it's going to hurt you. I don't want you to know that it hurts us too. Thinking about anything these kids went through, it's terrible. I told y'all yesterday I have a 4-1-year-old. It's the hardest thing in the world. But what the judge will tell you is that the law and the evidence are the only things that can guide you here. The only things you can use to come to your verdict. And I'd ask Mr. Cook to address your case.
Usually I focus on use of force, and this is almost the exact opposite. It's non-use of force.
We're gonna talk about those photos in a second. And I think Jason appropriately talked about them. And he's right. I mean, there's an animal involved in this situation, a monster. He's no longer here. And that monster can't sit in that chair. And so what we have to do is we have to deal with what the government is doing and trying to have you focus on because the monster's not here. And there's a phrase that you're going to hear throughout this trial that law enforcement talk about a lot. It's called totality of the circumstances. And I'm going to ask you to keep that in your mind. We're going to ask you as we go over some of the specifics that Jason talked to you about, because this is dynamic. There wasn't a call initially for school shooting. You're going to hear something called a 1050. It's an accident. As Jason said, there was an accident. There was an accident, and Adrian was doing his duty at the high school. You're going to learn at the school, and you're going to hear about a lot of the school. And I'm not here to protect the school. I really don't care, because the school has a lot of blame. And you're going to hear other agencies gave the school a lot of blame. And one of the things that they should be blamed for is they didn't have a full-time officer. Adrian's full-time at the high school. Adrian said, well, there's an accident. I'm going to help. It's a small community. The agencies help each other, DPS, Uvalde PD, Independent School District. I mean, they all help each other, and they share radio transmission. And by the way, we're going to ask you to focus on the radio transmission. It's very important. What was transmitted and what officers knew or didn't know during this very fluid and dynamic situation. So this is just
Hey guys, make sure to hit the like button.
This is what we're talking about. Not the scale ups.
That'll help the
School.
algorithm quite a bit. Thank you.
You're going to hear about. Yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, guys. Okay. So you're going to hear it at 11:28. At some point, we don't know for sure, but
Hey,
maybe around
Evan.
11:20, this monster shoots his own grandma. And so this monster gets in a car and he thinks he's running away from a murder of his grandma. And so he's coming down, and you will hear that he tells people online, I'm going to shoot up the school. There's times in there, and that's why we don't know exactly when he shoots his grandma, because he did that before and after, not to law enforcement, not to 911, to online people. But 11:28:23, he wrecks in that culvert. He doesn't manipulate the corner properly, and he crashes. You're going to hear Gilbert Limones, as Bill said, call 911. You're going to hear the 911 video from Gilbert, and it's going to be emotional because Gilbert's walking out there. You can hear it saying there's an accident. He's walking out there. Oh God, they're shooting. He's shooting at me. Because as they were going to the culvert to help, This monster is shooting up at them from the covert. He runs back.
Lacy,
He lets the dispatch know. He's
like
walking to the school.
shoelaces.
He's walking to the school, and you will hear Gilbert, and I assume he's going to testify and say, in the name of Jesus, Lord, please protect those children. Oh God, please protect those children. Please hurry. Yes, sir, we're on their way. But what I want you to focus on is, how was that dispatch? Incident involving a gun, not shooting at a school. Again, bailouts. Jason talked to you about what you're going to hear about bailouts and how many they have. This community deals with those type of bailouts. And so he deals with that. Between 11:30 roughly 05 and 11:31:34, he's going to walk very deliberately, as Bill said, towards the school. At some point, he starts shooting at the school from the parking lot. You will also hear not just Gilbert, the funeral owner, say that she saw him hiding between cars. It's important. So at some point, Adrian realizes it, because it's very unclear on the dispatch. You'll hear him yourself, that there's a gun involved. Not towards children. There's just a gun involved walking towards the school. So Adrian knows in his mind instantaneously that this is not just a crash, it's not a 1050, something with the school. And so he's driving. And at 11:31:41, here's Melody, and she's helped. To Bill's point, she's yelling at kids to stay in the building. Okay, so she's out here. You're going to see Adrian drive all the way into the complex and drive back here. It's important. This is the east side of the building. This is going to be considered the west side, and you will see the south side, and this is the west side. Excuse me. He makes contact with Melody. Now, there's some other times that are important. This is at 11:31:55, roughly. Okay, times are going to matter on this because they're trying to hold Adrian accountable for what he did or didn't do and what he knew and didn't know, and that's important. So at 11:31:55, he's parked and he gets out of his vehicle and makes contact with Melody. Now, at 11:32:09, it's not on here, but 11:32:09, he dispatches and he says, shots fired, shots fired. So now he's taking cover. What's important, though, it's here, is that 11:32:23, Officer Mendoza shows up at the corner on the west side of the building. Pay attention to these times. He's already shooting. He's shooting at the side of the building. He shows up. He says shots fired. No one is going to testify that Adrian could see anything. And you'll see some pictures. Look, I mean, he's way over here. Way over here in his car. You'll see the picture. And then the shooter, that monster, is walking up, taking shots. But he has no line of sight. Line of sight is important in this trial. 11:32:29, Officer Saucedo shows up on the west side of the building. Remember where Adrian's at. He's with Melody on the south side, but way where you can see the east side. 11:32, Sergeant Coronado shows up. Remember when Bill said his boss? His boss showed up a lot sooner than one running over here. There at this point, you will hear that Officer Mendoza believed he was under fire. Now, this is important because you're going to hear about echoes and vibrations and when people are shooting in your buildings and how it sounds. Melody thinks she's being shot at. All I can tell you is, do we believe that she's being sincere? We do. I mean, she has no reason to lie about that. What you're going to find interesting, I think, and we think it's interesting, but is that she comes in to talk to law enforcement 7 days later. They don't go to her. She's not interviewed the next day. 7 days after this incident, she comes in and says, I have something to say. She's listened to the media. She's watched all reports, and she comes in. And I'm going to say this respectfully because we're not going to try to beat her up. We're just going to talk to her. She's wrong about almost everything. She describes Adrian as Officer Page. Completely described him differently. She says that the shooter, that monster, didn't have a rifle. For sure, he had a handgun. She thought that he shot at her, and all we can say, and the government will have to admit to this, but there's no evidence going to show that there is any. You're going to hear something called defects. It's kind of damage from any type of gunfire. There's no evidence, objective evidence, that there was any shooting this way. No shells or rounds over here. No holes through the buildings. These are just metal buildings. So an AR-15 would have gone straight through that. No evidence of that. So she's wrong about a lot of things. And then she's also wrong and she tells the ranger of what door and how this animal got into the building. She's wrong about all that. Okay. And we think it's very sincere, by the way, but this is 7 days later. So these gentlemen are here. These officers are here. Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado. At these times. Now, these times are important. Okay. These times are very important. We talked about 3209, Adrian radio shots fired. So Ramos is walking up this side of the building and he gets into the school. And that's important. Because we're going to talk about it, and you're going to hear about agencies evaluating, different agencies, and I'll tell you about who they are in a second, evaluating this incident. And every one of them wonders why this school door is unlocked. This school door is unlocked. This school door is supposed to be locked. I get passionate because that school door should have been locked. And you're going to hear evidence that if there's anything that could have changed this incident, that school door was locked, and it should have been. So he gets into the school at some point.
You're not wrong, Ursa.
This monster enters the school at 11:32:58. These gentlemen have been at this scene, these officers, long before that.
Willa, for
on
you,
the west side,
it took
not the
place in
south side.
2023.
With a long rifle. not a
No,
handgun.
trial. I'm sorry.
With
Trial
cover because the
just
car's there
is
in
going on
formation.
right
So you're
now.
going to hear Saucedo shows up at the time he does, literally seconds after Mendoza. Mendoza thinks he's taking fire, but there's no evidence that Ramos shot that way. Zero evidence. They're not even going to try to assess that. I mean, claim that. But still, Mendoza thinks, and he talks about, he describes it. He's getting behind the car. He's trying to get behind the engine block. Saucedo drives up and blocks him so he can cover his cover officer, which I understand that if it was really happening. Saucedo gets out with a rifle. Coronado shows up. Sarge, can I shoot? No response, turns back, and they acknowledge he went into the building. There's an acknowledgement from these officers that he went into the building, but they didn't go to the building. And we're not trying to say blame them also. I'm just saying this is fluid. They think because of all these bailouts. Can I just tell you, we think the evidence is going to show, we know it's going to show, because the officers were thinking this. This is not Adrian, this is them right now. Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado. They couldn't even wrap their head around the fact that this potential could be a school shooting. They thought that this person with a gun was trying to get away from officers and was going to cross through the school to go out the east side of the building. So that's what they thought. That's what you're going to hear them say. Let me tell you what's super important, because Bill told you, the government told you that Adrian is assessing the situation. You're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about observing, orienting yourself to the situation, deciding, then acting. It's called OODA loop, okay? You're going to hear about evidence like that. This is objective evidence, not anybody's opinion, because you're going to hear it yourself. At 11:32:59, 1 second after this monster got into the building, Adrian calls out, he should be on the west side, supposed to be wearing black. Why?
Good.
Because
Thanks.
Melody's with him, telling him information, and he's collecting data. He's heard shots. He doesn't know where it's coming from. Everybody thinks they're being shot at, including Melody, including these officers. And he does what his training tells him to do, relay information.
It's interesting because I know from my time studying Spanish that different types of Spanish, like whether it's Mexican Spanish, whether it's like Puerto Rican, et cetera, that can highly affect how quick things are said and the different slang words used. And I think you're right. He's just a fast speaker, but I think I'll be able to speed up on the slower speakers, the white guys.
He's relaying information. He's not seeing anything. Nothing's been done in his presence. When they read out the indictment, nothing was done in his presence. In his presence, he relays it. These times are critical, and we're going to humbly ask you to stay focused on these times. He's reporting as he's receiving information. Note what's going on where he believes he should be, near the teacher parking lot. He's already in the building. And then 22 seconds later, he is shooting into those classrooms. And then seconds later, he's in the classroom. Opportunity and ability. This is what it's going to play out to. I know when you speak in generalities, it's easy to make an accusation until you have to peel the onion back, until you have to come into specifics. And we've asked you guys, we asked you for your permission in jury selection if we could ask tough questions. And it's always tough to ask tough questions about a tough case and sensitive situations. That's why we ask you those specific questions. But we're going to do it because we have to. But this is what the evidence is going to show. And the government's going to have to stand up when this is all over and after you've heard all the evidence. And they're going to have to say, we want you to hold the man responsible that as he walks into this fluid situation, drives into this fluid, goes to the danger, drives into the storm because he thinks that he's going to this person, this suspect, with a gun. He doesn't stick back and create a perimeter, with all respect to these officers. He goes in. He thinks and then he realizes it's the coach. At the time, he didn't know that. And you'll see the funeral video, like Jason said. And they're going to have to say that when he radios, because that's when he knows, Melody's with him. She's not going to know what times. A second after, he's already in the building. How can he delay, distract, or deter someone when he doesn't see him? He's completely on the opposite side of a building. And by the time he finds out the situation, observes and orients, and then communicates, he's already in the building. Then seconds later, this animal is stealing children from the Uvalde community. So what the government will say and do is they'll want you to focus on Coronado's video. Remember Coronado, the one that was here initially and was asked to shoot, and then and he'll talk to you about, and then goes to this side, and you'll see him running up from the other side. You'll see his body cam video running up this way. One thing that we want you to focus on though is his body cam video and Mendoza's body cam video. They have body cam video. They both interestingly start at 11:35:10. Write it down. 11:35:10. At the same time, because someone from the government's investigation synced all these videos together. And I shouldn't say all of these, there's not that many, but synced all these videos together. And they both started 11:35:10. You saw what time they showed up. There's got to be body cam from when they were here talking, perceiving things. They both, and that's what you're going to see. And so as Coronado is running at 11:35:10, he's already come all the way around and he meets Chief Arredondo, and then they start running up. And then they finally run into Mel because she leaves Adrian's point and goes to the school. She leaves and Adrian stays there in cover and he had communicated information. And you're going to hear that a Lieutenant Vargas shows up, and then eventually
All right, which
Sergeant
one?
Page shows up,
Let me
who
fix this
Melody
one.
describes as Adrian, and she was mistaken about that. And then as Coronado and Arredondo are walking up and running up, there's shots fired. Now you will see, and we anticipate that the government will focus on this. On Coronado's body cam, it's moving, that you see Adrian and Paige standing there. Now they're not standing there eating something, or they're standing there talking.
Okay.
Adrian had head cover. Paige drives up.
Do some
There's a
light.
realization that he didn't take any fire.
Thank you.
So they get out. Sergeant Page gets out, and it's really a moment. You're walking. They're like this. You're going to see them walking towards the school. Then they hear shots fired. We can hear Sergeant Coronado say, "Get in the school."
Coronado.
He said, "Oh shit, get in the school!" And he's yelling and he's out of breath. But there's no evidence that neither one of them heard him. They were so far from him. God bless you. They didn't hear him, and
Coco,
they immediately run.
you are
into
not
school.
being asked.
Immediately run to
be
school.
seen.
They're one of the first ones, if not the first ones. Paige and Adrian in
Says
the school,
Rose.
and then there's some officers on the other side. And as he said, they take fire.
Rose champagne.
That's what this is going to boil down to. But we anticipate they're going to want you to focus on that literally that moment, that second that you see Adrian and Sergeant Page
It might
standing
wash
there
me
and then
out a
walking
little
towards the
bit.
school, and then they sprint into the school, and you see Adrian's gun drawn, and he's in the hallway. It goes in again. We also think they're going to focus on time to enter because Bill talked about that in opening. This 3 minutes and whatever seconds. There's a lot going on in these 3 minutes. We're going to focus and break it down. It's not about just saying there's 3 minutes, because their indictment doesn't cover all 3 minutes. Their indictment covers what they decided.
Look at her face.
Is when he made it all the way. That animal made it into
Looking
the
at his
building
ass.
and then started shooting into the school. Remember, at 11:33:22. That's what it specifically covers, because that's when the assaults begin. Not the 3 minutes and whatever seconds after, as many officers are on the scene at that time and surrounding the school. But we'll talk about that. We'll cross-examine on that, and you'll hear evidence about that.
I like that.
And then they're going to focus on Melody Flores, and I kind of gave you a heads up about Melody Flores. She's just wrong about a lot of things, and it's traumatic, it's stressful, as Jason said. And I'm not saying this to scare you but we talked about this in jury selection. None of us, you will not leave this trial the same. You just won't. And thank you for taking on this role, but it's we're going to talk about the photos in a second. But Melody's wrong about a lot of things. Her times, she's with Adrian, not sure how long. So Adrian's dealing with her at the time, and she's with him. There's shots being fired. She sees bullets or glass breaking. Officers are coming, they're around. You're going to hear radio dispatch. Again, that's going to be really important about what's being communicated to the officers by the dispatcher and then by other officers. This is not in the comfort of a courtroom as one of the Rangers during their investigation would hear say, with 20/20 hindsight and playing Monday morning
I'm
quarterback.
not crazy about
That's from a
it.
Texas Ranger, not from us. Okay, because you're going to hear about interviews, and so they're going to really want you to focus on these photos. And I wish they wouldn't, not because it hurts us, because that's what they want those photos to do. It's because it hurts those precious people over there. That's why. I shared with you in board what my family's been through, and so I get it. I get it. And so we're going to ask you to really, well, if you have to get emotional, get emotional. You may. I anticipate you will, depending on what you see. This is emotional. This is an emotional trial. People are going to get emotional. Bill's a good man. He got emotional. but we're going to ask you not to make a decision off emotion, because that doesn't bring justice to anybody. But I do want you to focus on this. There were multiple agency investigations, multiple. The DOJ did an investigation. Looked at all the evidence the government's going to show you. There's not some secret evidence, with all due respect to them, that they're going to show you that the DOJ didn't see. Texas House of Representatives did an investigation. They had a committee.
Doesn't look like I'm wearing anything.
There's not new evidence going to be presented to you that they
I
didn't
need
see.
to be dark, like
This
more
report
tan.
has a lot of criticism to go around to the school. It really has to do with that door and other things, by the way. Radios that can't work inside, officer not assigned to the school, lockdown procedures that weren't followed, a lot of things, way to communicate, individual locks. The actual classroom, 111, wasn't locked. 111 wasn't locked. You'll hear some evidence of could it even be locked, and did they know about it, and what should have happened. You're also going to hear evidence of the Uvalde police policy from 2015, whether it's ever been replaced about how officers are supposed to respond. Should they wait for backup cover? Should they communicate? Should they observe? And training is going to matter in this case. And so we're going to ask you to stay focused. You're going to hear a lot of training. But again, totality of the circumstances of what
Your
Adrian
Honor,
was
I'm going to
experiencing.
object to him talking about evidence. I mean, he's supposed to be doing an opening statement, outlining the evidence they're going to present. Right now, he's
Man.
talking about third-party investigations. Those agencies did not have the full investigation of the Uvalde grand jury, and I think that unless he says that the evidence will show you that they're going to present about these third-party investigations, I think this is doing nothing but misleading the jury as to the evidence that they're going to hear in this case.
I think that's right for cross-examination, Judge.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say in opening statement is not to be construed as evidence. They're summarizing what they believe the evidence will show. If the evidence doesn't show that, you can recall that.
Thank you,
You
Judge.
may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Department of Homeland Security reviewed evidence. City of Uvalde hired Mr. Prado, reviewed evidence. And what you'll see, Adrian fully cooperated every time. He wasn't in a corner hiding. He didn't hold information. He cooperated. He talked. He talked to investigators. He talked to the Rangers. He talked to whoever wanted to talk to him because he wanted to help. We're going to ask you to focus on what the evidence will show Adrian did. He took the call. He took the call to go to a school that he wasn't assigned to. He drove to the suspect into the storm, thinking that it was the person that had this gun walking towards the school. He gathered information the way his training told him to do. That's what you're going to see. You're supposed to gather information so you can let other officers know what's going on. He went into a building after relaying that information. One of the first to go in, as we talked about.
I can't look at chat right
He
this
called
moment.
SWAT because
Give
he
me
was asked to call
like
SWAT
2
because
minutes.
those radios couldn't work in the building. Like Jason
Explain.
said, break. I can't break, meaning I can't dispatch, I can't communicate. So he goes outside to do that. Many officers are on the scene at that time. He stood perimeter because they didn't know if you're watching the east side, he's on the south side, there's the west side, other officers are inside by this time. And so he stood perimeter at the school. He tried to find out if class was even in session. He didn't even know if class was in session. They needed to find out. You're going to hear that the officers are there kids in the school? They didn't even know. There wasn't certainty that even kids were in the school. Remember, he's coming from a high school, they call it Mexican Park, right? That's the way they call it in Uvalde. And where many of the high schoolers were there. So are these kids even in the school? It's not his school. This is not what he patrols on a regular basis. And you're going to hear evidence he evacuated children. You're going to see it on Coronado's. They're breaking windows and they're getting kids out as now they're waiting for, you're going to hear Vortec. These are people that have rated shields that can take a high-powered rifle because they were under-resourced. That community was under-resourced. They didn't have a shield, a rated shield for a high-powered. You're going to hear that there's shields for handguns and then there's shields for high-powered rifles. And they were waiting for that. So he's evacuating children from other classrooms on the other side. And he's checking on Ruiz. You're going to hear about an officer, Ruben Ruiz, who he communicated with. It's tragic part of this. He's talking to his wife, and she's been injured.
Oh.
She passed. And Ruiz wanted to go inside. And so, and I love my wife. I mean, who wouldn't want to just go in there?
He
know?
just
and they took his gun away from Officer Ruiz.
We're gonna tell you about
And
this.
so, and Adrian kept
She
going back
died.
to check on him twice. He's doing all these things at the same time. Got the building plans because they were asking for it because people didn't understand the layout of this building. He got that for them, and he ultimately secured the master key because they needed the master key. And then you're going to hear some tactics about how you breach an outward swinging door versus an inward swinging door, and what is needed, and whether they had the equipment to do that. The evidence will show they didn't. This is what Adrian did. I mean, the government wants to make it seem like he just sat there. You know, he didn't just sit there. He did what he could with what he knew at the time, and this was fluid and it was a dynamic situation.
That's a Dr. Phil saying.
And
Believe it or
we're
not.
going to ask you, and I don't know how you do it, and we all have to do it a different way, is to stay focused on this because this is going to be emotional. And because we want justice, right? We talked about that. We talked about that our system works off of you and Lady Justice with a blindfold, and that's what we're going to ask you to do.
Okay, I'm done.
Because evil is not rectified with injustice. Pure evil visited that precious community. It did. But it's not rectified with injustice. And so at the end of this trial, we're going to come back to you and humbly ask you to consider the law and the facts and properly apply them. And we're going to be requesting and asking for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you for your attention.
Is anybody booking the rules?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you know who your witnesses are. The rule has been invoked, so please instruct them and don't let them come into the courtroom while the testimony is going on.
Yes,
Uh,
Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see some of you are taking notes, which is great. I'll instruct you at this time. If that assists you in concentrating on the evidence, please do it. But I will tell you, when you go back to deliberate, the bailiff's going to hold your notes, because if there's a conflict as to evidence, we rely on the official court record. But if it helps you in concentrating, please continue to do it.
That would be
Can
me.
I see a words up here real quick on an unrelated matter?
I think maybe even knows that. I think I've said that before. Like, in order for me to be able to focus, I have to be writing or doing something with my hands. The cat just keeps falling over like she has no whiskers. I'm sorry, it caught me off guard. Stop it! What is your issue today? She had me all to herself. It was doggy spa day, and she's just like so mad now. I think she thought we were like getting rid of the dogs for forever. What was I even saying? If I'm not doing something with my hands, I'm not going to be able to focus. And I know how contradictory that sounds, but we're out there. What are you guys doing this weekend? Anyone have any fun plans? Also, where are you guys watching from? Because I'm in Columbus, Ohio, and it is, I think, 56 degrees outside. It was lovely. I had my Metallica 1 blasting while I was driving, and it was a very warm and nice day. So I'm thankful for that. I just looked at myself and realized I need some blush. And my normal blush was thrown to the floor, Coco. Isn't that so weird?
Okay, yeah.
Since it's so highly color pigmented, I'm only using about this much And I'm going to use my blush brush. Just go like that. Oh, groceries today. Nice, nice. I got the puppies from the groomer, and then I prepared for this and did a little packing. It's a little too bright, but it'll settle. Any good sales going on at the grocery store? Anything I should be buying? That helps a little bit. A little bit. It'll look better once I have some color on me. So will this color.
Good morning, sir. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this call.
Are you maybe? That's so funny.
Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Adjust that microphone if you need to. And speak up so everybody can hear you. Please.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Gilbert Limones.
And Mr. Limones, what do you do for a living?
I'm a full-time pastor, and then I work part-time at the funeral home.
You're a full-time pastor and also work at the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
Which funeral home is that?
Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
And what community is that in?
That's in Uvalde, Texas.
I'm neutral undertoned.
At the Hillcrest Funeral Home in Uvalde, Texas?
Yes, sir.
This is my foundation
Is the funeral home
cover.
located near a school?
It's right across the street, sir.
From what school?
From Robb.
Robb Elementary School?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on May 24, 2022 at the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing there?
Actually, at the time,
Yes.
I was actually just coming out of the embalming room, and
Working
we
with
were
a
walking
dead
out
person.
the door, down the hallway when we heard that there was an accident.
Okay, you actually heard an accident?
I didn't hear it myself. The office manager at the time was the one that said there was an accident outside, so we ran outside without question.
And why would you run outside when you hear there's an accident?
Just because we
I
wanted
am
to see
Kat.
where it's at or what happened.
I do work.
And until we walked out, and that's when we saw the dust right across the street.
And what did you do when you saw the dust?
Immediately ran to help, or to help out the person. And at that time, as I was walking, I was calling 911 to inform them that there was an accident.
Okay. Were you by yourself?
No, sir.
Who were you with?
I was with my coworker, Cody Briceño.
Okay. And did you get to the scene of the accident?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what you saw.
Well, I just remember as I was crossing the street, I had to look to my left to see if there's no end of the vehicles coming. And as soon as I crossed over, I saw a truck that was in the gutter area where the water trolley's at. And then I didn't see him come out of the vehicle, but I just, all I heard is I got very close to him. I heard someone yell out, "He has a gun." And I stopped and I'm like, "What gun?"
Please don't.
I couldn't see a gun at the time.
Okay. So what did you do?
Stop.
I paused and I just yelled out to the guy. I said, "Hey, are you okay?" And he just stared at me. And all I saw was just this black post, what to me looked like a black post, like a fence post, coming up out of from the truck where he was on the other side. And he just kept looking at me. And then as soon as he went like this, it's when I knew that he had a gun, and he started firing. And I just turned around and started running back to the funeral home.
Did he fire before you turned to run or after you turned to run?
I think it was after I turned.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you saw the black post, you heard somebody yell, "There's a gun," and you turned to run.
Yes, sir.
And you said you had already been on the phone?
I was in the phone with 911 to tell them that, hey, there was an accident at the time.
And that was when you were on your way over there, or when?
Correct.
You called 911?
As I was walking across the street, is when I was with 911 to let them know that there was an accident there. And then, of course, as soon as I ran back to the Hillcrest, I immediately called 911 and to let them know that he started shooting at us. And then I was watching him through the window, the scene unfold through the window of the side of the building, or the front office, should I say.
So you did get safely back to the funeral home,
Yes, sir.
but then you continued watching?
I continued watching and then calling 911 because we were shot at. And I didn't expect to be shot at.
And why would you call 911 if you were shot at?
Well, because
Really?
I didn't wanted to let them know that, hey, there's a guy out here that has a gun that's been shooting at us. I didn't understand why. It's like, what was his motive? I didn't know.
Okay. Did you have any expectations when you called 911?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you expect the police to show up?
Well, that's the first thing that one would think, that the police department would show up.
So that's why you called in as opposed to somebody else?
Correct.
Okay. Now, but you stay watching this man after you get back in the funeral home, and you're in a position where you can see him?
Yes, sir.
Tell us describe what he looked like, if you could tell.
I just remember him seeing a tall, skinny guy, Hispanic, and he was wearing all black. And as he started shooting at us, when I was looking through the window, he kept pointing the gun towards the funeral home. And then that's when I saw him throw a duffel bag across the fence.
Hey guys, if you're enjoying this content, it would really help my algorithm if you could just hit the thumbs up button by giving it a like, and make sure while you're at it that you're subscribed to my channel. I do this every Tuesday through Friday beginning at 3:30 p.m. So I'd love to have you as a regular viewer. Thanks.
And when he threw the duffel bag across the fence, he then jumped the fence. He didn't run towards the school. He basically walked completely, very nonchalantly, like no rush, no nothing. And as soon as he was walking that direction, I just remember the parking lot where the teachers park. He just pulled his hat up and he just shook his hair like he was waving it, put the cap back on. And at that moment, I saw a white car that went right through the parking lot. It went so fast, but he was standing right over here with us, where the school teachers parking lot was at.
That I got
And
or found.
he just,
So you saw a white car arrive, and this is after you called 911.
yes, sir.
And you see the man with black hair, and where is he standing?
And the parking lot where the teachers parking, he was in between two vehicles.
In the teacher's parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see next?
And then I just, like I said, I just saw the car driving by, and then I just saw him walking towards the end of the school. And then I saw some children were at the playground, the pavilion. And I just remember him shooting at the children. And then from that point,
You'll notice throughout the trial, I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a state statute that allows for this to happen, but a lot of the people who testify, I'm caught up because I have to be for you guys. But a lot of the people decided to not have their faces on camera. They messed up with this guy by showing his face initially, but a lot of people, you won't see their faces at all.
he went,
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure I understand the time. So you see him shooting at the children,
just at the ones that were at the playground.
and that was after you saw the white car enter the school grounds?
No, not after. It was
Thank
it was
you.
before.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yes, sir.
So you see him shooting at children, and how much later did you see the white car?
I think it was just moments later.
And then what happened?
And then I just remember him going through the classrooms, and he started shooting in window by window until he got to the door where he walked in through.
So you could see all of that.
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you see other police officers pull up?
There was nobody there at the time.
Okay, so just that one white car is all you had seen?
Yes, sir. And then by the time he entered, I heard the shooting inside the classroom. At that point, I just, was begging 911 to please get officers out there. And then I saw a police officer arrive, and I was telling him he entered through that door. And that's the door that he entered through. And I just remember me walking towards that, and I hung up with 911 and I called my mom, and I said, "Mom, please get into prayers." I said, "Someone's shooting at the children here at the school."
And that was based on your observations in the funeral home,
Yes, sir.
that they're shooting the children?
Yes, sir.
And you called 911
Yes, sir.
in Bedford.
Yes, I just said, "Please get officers out here."
So you made 2 calls.
The first one, the 911 call that I made was because of the accident. And then the second one I made was because he started shooting at us and telling them, and I was with the operator, or the 911 operator, with him on the line while the shooting was going on.
Okay. May I have just a second to set up, your honor?
Yes, sir.
And do you want to use your board?
Thank you, Mr. DJ.
Well, I can hear
You're reading.
DJ.
So, yeah. You want me to? Yeah, we can just mark as defensive line.
Well, can we just?
That's fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Well, my numbers.
Unless I'm consistent.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the only thing we ask is, I think that there's some additional writing on there that we haven't seen yet. So we just asked to see what that is before we get this.
Okay. Okay, we good to go with that demonstrative exhibit?
Judge, now relocate?
Yes, your honor, we'd offer Stacy to do that one for demonstrative purposes.
All right, no objection, it's admitted. Yes, you may move.
And may Mr. Lamone's approach the exhibit, your honor.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind getting up and help us with this a little bit? And we've got jurors spread all the way across. So I'm gonna ask you to stand here and kind of keep an eye on this juror so you don't get in their way, and I'm gonna get on this side and try to do the same, okay? Would you start by showing us where your funeral home is?
Our funeral home is right.
That's the funeral home.
That's the funeral.
And would you also show us where the wreck happened,
The wreck happened right here, sir.
where the red X is?
Yes, sir.
And does this red line, is that an accurate depiction of the way you saw the gunman walk?
Yes, sir.
Would you trace that so the jury is kind of fair?
Right here.
Okay, so first you see him walk to the south end?
Yes, sir.
And then walk back all the way up to the north
And
end.
then walk all the way up.
And so you got out of the funeral home, where were you and where did you go?
I was right here in the hallway, and I was walking when I was told that there was an accident. So we walked out and we started walking this way. When we saw the dust here, we began to run. I stopped here to look this direction to see if there's any vehicles were coming. And then I crossed over and I walked right about this area right here. And I saw the gunman, and that's when I called out and I said, "Hey, sir, are you okay?" He didn't say anything at all. He just kept looking at me. And that's when I heard someone yell. I didn't know who it was. I just heard someone yell out, "He has a gun." And I stopped and I'm like, "What gun?" And that's when I saw him, pull the gun out
With the black post?
with the back that looked like a black post. And now afterwards, I realized it was the weapon.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. And I'm correct that you called 911, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You called 911,
Yes, sir.
and you're aware that they record your phone calls.
Yes, sir.
When you called 911, were you in an excited state?
I was really overwhelmed.
Judge, sorry, sir. We'll stipulate the 911 call, Judge.
You may proceed.
Have you listened to the two 911 calls that you made before appearing before the jury?
No, sir.
But I believe they're stipulating that they're fair and accurate representations. As you listen to these phone calls, I'm going to ask you if that is your voice and if that's a fair and accurate representation of the calls.
Yes,
Fair
sir.
enough?
Fair enough.
They would play, is it Stacey's?
I haven't been reading the chat because I'm trying to listen.
Would Mark and offer Stacey to get
Fine.
21 year old?
No objection, Judge.
Submitted.
And maybe it displayed to the jury.
Yes.
Uvalde County 911. Yes, ma'am. Somebody just had an accident over here. I know you're just. You mean I didn't really? Oh my God! Oh my God! Somebody killing a gun! I'm shooting guns! Oh my God! They just got shot at us. They shot at you? Yeah. Listen to the guy about the school. We just have everything in the back. He's having a TNT at the school. Hurry! Hurry, please! He's in the bed. Oh my God! Oh my God! He's jumping into the schoolyard. He's jumping into the schoolyard, man. Are you in the schoolyard? Yes, he just jumped up on the fence. He's running towards the school. Oh my God. He's wearing black. He's up to young knees. Okay, we do have multiple officers saying out that way. You said he's wearing black? No, yes, he's walking. He's walking across to the Robb here right hand of funeral home. We're coming from at the funeral home. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's one officers that are heading out that way. What do you mean? There's kids out there. There's kids out there, please. Oh, he's shooting at a truck that's going by. Where are we? Yes, sir. We have multiple units heading out that way. Oh my God, these kids. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Father, please, in the name of Jesus. Oh my God. Lord, please protect me. Father God, in the name of Jesus. Father, I'm asking you to please. He's going to the school. They got to hurry. Is there any on the Oh my God, there's a kid about to shoot. Oh my God, Jesus, he's shooting at people. Maybe Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Hallelujah. Oh, in the name of Jesus, I just ask like, I can't believe it. Oh, in the name of Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness, he shot at us. Oh my God. The Uvalde school is out there. Okay, so the dive officers are going to go and disconnect with you, okay? Okay. Sorry. Yes, sir. Thank you. Bye.
And I believe we're going to stipulation that phone call started 11:29.
I got a situation over here. I'll be right back.
Correct. And Mr. Lemonis, I believe you described in your testimony that you were called upon to make a second call to 911. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What caused you to make a second call?
The actual shooting that was happening, there were the kids, that when the guy had walked into the school, when he began, to start shooting at the children.
And you could hear those shots from where you are.
Yes, sir.
So there was a second sense of urgency. And did you make that call then? I believe you had a stipulation 11:33:18. Some 4 minutes later.
Yes.
So stipulated, you may proceed.
And we'd asked to offer Station Exhibit 22, the second 911 call.
I think they're
Submitted.
on the same,
Oh,
yes.
they're on the same.
Yes, it's still exhibit number 21.
21A and B then, Your Honor, with A being the first phone call and B being the second.
All right, no objection, they're both admitted.
And then we play it for jury.
You gotta keep it slow. Get it back to slow. Okay, then we do have to get into the building. God, in the name of Jesus, he's inside the school shooting at the kids. He's like, no! Oh my God, you understand the school? We have multiple units inside of the school. They have locations inside the school. Oh my God.
Are those two both accurate depictions of the 911 calls that you made?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lemonis, other than talking to the 911 dispatcher, does that phone call indicate you were talking to other people? Who else were you talking to?
I was talking to I think it was the first officer that responded. It was the Uvalde police officer,
The police officers that
the
responded?
first one.
Okay. And, yeah, what's the witness?
Yes, sir.
You can just sit right there I just need to show one time. Just show the jury where the police officers were.
The first police officer that responded, that he parked right about right here. That was the one that I was telling him that he walked in through this door.
Okay.
And it was a Uvalde PD.
Did you ever see any officers at this intersection?
No, sir.
You did not talk to them.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the white car that you saw, would you show the direction you saw it and where it went?
Yes, sir. There's an entrance right here,
Yes.
and the car just came through this direction.
So the car drove in the same direction, at least ended up in the same place where the shooter was.
Up in this area, but the shooter was already inside the building when this. I'm sorry, I take that back. When the gunman was right here, if I recall correctly, it's when I saw a vehicle also pull by here, but they would not be able to see if whatever came through here. They wouldn't be able to see them because he was between two vehicles.
So the parking lot was full of
Yeah,
vehicles?
this car that came through here, I don't know who it was, but the car that came through here went fast.
It went fast?
It was real fast
And the gunman was between two vehicles at the time?
at that time. Yes, sir.
Okay. But was the parking lot full of vehicles?
Yes, sir. This whole parking lot was full of a lot of vehicles.
Because it was a school day?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lamonis Living also asked you, the funeral home, does it have video cameras on the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
And do those video cameras accurately depict the scenes both on the side of the funeral home as well as on the front of the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
We stipulate to those, no objection.
So we'll just kind of describe them for a second. Have you had a chance to look at those videos?
Some of them.
Yes. And do they accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
And so what's the next one? Is it all three? We'd offer at this time, Mark, and offer Stacy Exhibit 22, which is all three funeral home.
No
Yeah.
objection. So I'll say no objection.
There's a
And they will play those.
publisher.
And if you'll just kind of swing around, we're going to play those funeral homes on that video behind you. If you pull it up. Okay, would you stop it? Mr. Lamont, do you see the numbers in the top hand corner that are rolling continuously?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the correct and accurate time as to when you saw these events?
I'm full. Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us what angle we're looking at this point.
You're looking at the side parking lot of the vehicle as it's facing Robb School. It's on the entrance where the accident really happened.
And where is the ditch where you saw the vehicle wreck?
May I approach the?
Yes.
It's right here.
Okay.
This is the side, the front of the office is on this side. You'll see us walking through here to go across.
Okay. And so what we're about to see then is that vehicle wreck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it also depict you coming out to check on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They try, but just wipe them down.
Okay. So, Mr. Leon, so I think what we're about to do is about to get to that point. I just wanted to point that out to you. We're just about 2 seconds from what the original were.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So was that the rec?
That was right. Yes, sir, that was right.
And the next thing we'll see then is you and your cohort going over to check on this.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, pause it. Okay, we have 11:29:05 on the counter. Do you see yourself on that video?
Yes, sir.
And would you point that out for the jury?
That would be the first question on the right-hand side.
You'd be the person on the right-hand side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so did that fairly and accurately depict that when you turned and ran and came back in as the shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
About how many shots were fired?
To us, I couldn't tell you, but to be honest with you, there's quite a bit. I just remember bullets grazing us.
So it was more than one.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you. Could you just tell us what is this gunman doing at this point?
Yes, sir. At that point, I'm already inside the building and I'm at the far right-hand office right here at the corner. And I'm watching him and I'm calling 911 and telling them that I saw him where he jumped up. He threw first a duffel bag across. And as soon when he threw the duffel bag, then he jumped the fence himself and then he started walking towards the school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll watch now until we get to 11:31:36 and ask you what we see there. Stop. Stop. And so around 11:31:36, is that when we saw the white car?
Yes, sir.
And is that the white car that you saw drive to the south
Yes, sir.
end of the building?
Yes, sir.
And the next camera angle will show better where that car
Let me
was.
look
Yes,
at
sir.
it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, do we see other police cars arriving at this time?
Yes, sir. I see them arriving over here at this time.
At that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Of where the wreck happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the time on the counter?
11:32:25.
Thank you.
Why would you do that? You just want to be chaotic and disruptive, don't you?
Get this stoppage here. And we have it at about 11:33:35, and I'll ask you to describe what you see happen as we start it back up.
And honestly, I didn't know that the police officers were in that corner. I guess that's when I was with 911 calling, looking at towards the school.
You were looking at the other direction.
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Because that vehicle, because I'm like trying to figure out, okay, where, all I remember is a UPD officer showing up, and I didn't know they were stopped right there.
You didn't actually see it, but do you have any reason to believe this wasn't accurately depicting the events as they occurred?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Start it back.
I used to love coupon clipping. Back when you actually had to do it. You guys remember that? I heard clip. Just thought. Coupon clipping.
Okay, just stop it here. Mr. Ramones, do you see another white car there at that point?
Yes, sir.
And is that the second car that you saw heading the same direction that the first one?
No, I never saw no other vehicles other than just a white one. This is the first time I've ever seen this.
Okay, we'll look into the next section then.
Okay.
Okay. So would you note the time is 11:34:57? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think now we're going to move to a front angle, which may be a lot more closely aligned with what you actually saw.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And this may help you describe for us those two white police cars that came up.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough? So as we start, could you tell us what we're looking at?
You're looking at the front end of the funeral home,
And where is the Robb School?
directly across the street in front of the funeral home.
And on the screen, is it on the left side of the screen or the right side of the screen?
What is the Robb School? It's on the left side of the screen,
And where does the wreck occur?
on the right-hand side of the screen.
Thank
Hey, have you guys made sure to like the stream yet? If you could do that, just hit that thumbs up button. That would help me tremendously. Thank you so much.
Okay, stop it. Can you see the man who had the wreck and pulled the gun on you at this point?
Yes, sir.
And would you point that, you might have to stand up, but point that out for the jury.
Yes, sir.
He's right there. And what's he doing as we stop the camera right there at 11:30.6?
I used to love that.
I jumped in the fence at that point.
He's jumping the fence,
Yes, sir.
and now we're gonna see him walk toward the Robb School.
Yes, sir.
And if you might just point it out one more time as he starts walking, just so make sure we see him. It's kind of small from here. Yes, if you will.
This is where he's walking. And then he goes out of view for a little bit because there's some bush there. And he starts walking this direction. And that's where he's at.
Okay. And now look, you see, it's just a very dark blur, but walking across the school ground.
Yes, sir.
And would you tell us to stop the video when he gets to the parking lot?
Yes, sir. Right there's where you're starting to step foot into the parking lot.
11:31, about 21 or 22.
And you can tell he's walking in between the two vehicles at that point.
He's walking between the vehicles at 11:31, around 21 or 22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And now we're going to move ahead about 15 seconds. I'm going to ask you what you see there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I may have misjudged the time. Stop. So it's 11:31:42. Can you tell us what we saw there?
Yes, sir. That's a white vehicle that I saw approaching into the the schoolyard.
So about 20 seconds after the gunman reaches the parking lot, then you see a
Yes, sir.
white car and it's headed.
Are you
toward that
just
same
buying
direction.
for yourself?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start that up. And you can stop it there. So around 11:31:50, he's out of sight, but he's close to that south side of that last.
Yes, sir. At that when what I remember seeing is that the gentleman was between the two vehicles towards the front end of the vehicles, and that's when I saw the white vehicle that was going really fast that went right by him.
So the gunman was still at the southwest side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's move forward then to 11:33:25.
Oh, okay. Allergy medicine. Give me 1 second. I realize I'm sniffling.
Okay. You stop it. Around 11:33:33, did you see a police car then leaving and driving that direction?
That's direction, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you, because it's quiet, y'all didn't pick up sound, is that correct?
Correct.
But during this whole period of time, from when you saw the first white police car at 11:31:42 until the police car left at 11:33:25, what was going on at the school?
That time there was that's when the shooting was happening outside. That's when he began to shoot the children at the pavilion first. That's what I was watching.
So you were watching the gunman shooting children at the pavilion,
Yes, sir.
and then did you see what the shooter did after that?
After he was shooting the children, I just saw the children, kind of all ran away from the school. And then I saw him walking towards the south end of the building, and then started at every window and just randomly would just get the gun and shoot inside the windows.
And when he was shooting, that was after the white car had already gotten to the south end of the building.
Yes, sir.
And did you hear one or more than one shot?
He was shooting at every window as he was walking down. So there was a lot more. I don't know how many windows there was there, but he was shooting at every window up until he got to the entry door.
And did they give you concern?
Absolutely.
And what were you concerned for?
Or just for the children, the safety of the children, and
But you
the
couldn't
police
see the
officers.
children.
I'm sorry.
You couldn't see the children.
No, sir.
Then why would you be concerned for the children?
Well, because I didn't know whether they were in classrooms or not in classroom.
Sure. That's normal. Right?
Yes, sir. Oh, they're innocent children, so it's like.
Right, innocent children. And that's why we hear that energy in your voice when you call 911.
Correct. Yes,
You're
sir.
concerned for the kids.
Yes, sir.
And now we'll move to 11:34:59. That's a full minute and a half later.
My trusty billfold and sign this. You got to get the kind behind the counter though, the kind that you can, it has like the really controlled ingredients. They make you like show your license because you can't buy too much of it in a month because you can do bad stuff with it, and that's all I can say. But it's what works for me. That
Is the
plus
second,
loaning
stop at
plus
11:34,
allergy
59,
medicine
is that second white vehicle coming into view now?
because I'm allergic to cats. And
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it goes back to the same place that the first vehicle went, the first white vehicle?
I can't tell you, sir, because I don't remember ever seeing another vehicle other than just the first white one.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll run it ahead. Will you describe what you see this second white vehicle do?
Yes, sir.
Will you describe it as you watch it? And would you stop it there at 11:35:07?
And he passed the parking lot right where the shooter was originally from the beginning.
Did he say take the same path that that first vehicle took?
From the looks of it, yes, sir.
And that was at 11:35:08, some 3.5 minutes later. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and work lunch.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
good time for lunch.
it's a little afternoon. What I'd like to ask
Ooh,
folks in
spaghetti.
the courtroom to do is we're going to excuse the jury and they're going to go with the bailiff to catch the elevators to have lunch so we can get them back by 1:15. So if you'll stay in the courtroom until the bailiff opens the door over there, we'll get them out first. Please remember my instructions, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, it's funny how you end up allergic to them, but you're, I think it's 225 if my memory serves me correct. Yep. Or 525 rather. Even if you're allergic, you just deal with it. But I won't. She'll be my last cat, 100%. Hey, if you guys haven't liked the video yet, it helps the algorithm tremendously. So if you could please hit that thumbs up button, I would greatly
Okay, y'all come in and have a
appreciate it.
seat when you reach your designated seat, and we'll get started. All right, please be seated in the courtroom. When we recessed, members of the jury, we have passed this witness for cross-examination, so I'll ask the defense to proceed at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Hello, Mr. Lemonis.
Hello, sir.
My name is Nico the Hood. I'm one of the 3 defense lawyers that's representing Adrian Gonzales.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
It's a
We've
pleasure.
never spoken before, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever testified before?
No, sir.
He seems
This
nice.
is cross-examination, so I'm going to ask you some questions. And if there's any time that you don't understand my question or you need me to repeat it, or I'm talking too fast or whatever, just say, Nico, will you please, and you can call me Nico, by the way. You repeat your question. I don't understand, okay?
Yes, sir.
You said a lot, and it was emotional, and we can feel it, and it's very genuine and sincere, and I can tell. I'm going to ask you questions, and if you need me to stop at any time, just tell me and I'll pause, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we heard the 911 tapes. I think they speak for themselves. Is it fair to say that you were obviously in a very heightened state of stress?
Absolutely.
And we could hear that. And I want to talk to you about some of that stress and how it may or may not have affected some of your observations or what you knew was going on or not at the time, okay? But before we get there, you kind of, the government took you through step by step that you thought this was an accident, right?
Yes, sir.
Initially. And being, I can tell the Christian man that you are, and I know you're a pastor, you went out there to see if you could help the person in the culvert. Is that a
Correct.
fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And then when you got there, we can actually tell that you're on 911 thinking you're reporting an accident.
Correct.
But at some point, you realize it's not an accident because we can hear it on the 911 tape audio, and you testified to this jury that very quickly you knew that your life was in danger.
Correct.
But not just your
Oh,
life
nice
was in danger.
time.
At some point,
Yeah.
you felt that this whoever was at the school's life was in danger.
Correct.
Tell me.
And you reported it to the dispatcher,
Correct.
and you were very clear about it.
Yes,
Is that a
sir.
fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Is it also fair to say that you don't know how the dispatcher was reporting it to officers?
That's correct.
And that's between, that we'll talk about that with somebody else. But you were very clear, and you could hear the stress that you felt that this person with a gun was going towards the school, right?
Yes, sir.
I also want to say this, and I have zero doubt that you were trying to be disingenuous, but you said you told this jury that he was nonchalantly walking. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you're actually correct, because you saw the video. He was kind of just
It looks like I
walking at a
just grabbed my
regular
boob.
pace.
He was crazy. Yes, sir.
I was looking
But
for
do you
somewhere to
remember on
put
the
my hand.
911 tape how you said that you thought he was running towards the school?
To be honest with you, I don't recall.
If the government can maybe help me replay that if we need to, but Jim, can you help me do that?
Robin, we agreed that he said that.
Okay, thank you, Bill. So the government has agreed with me that on the 911
I
tape,
gotta
the jury heard
this
that
out.
you told the dispatcher that he's
I love nothing more than when the defense and the prosecution don't openly hate each other. Maybe that'll change over the next few days. And actually, I did see it kind of pivot a little bit day 2, but I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's so much more professional that way.
running to the school. He's running to the school.
Okay. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes,
Okay.
correct. Sorry.
And you weren't being dishonest. You were wrong at the time, right?
Right.
And nobody's trying to make you feel bad for that. You were under tremendous stress, right?
Yes, sir.
And stress can make people, including yourself, maybe not people, stress made you perceive the situation differently than what we saw on video that it actually was,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay. You also said in the 911 video that you were perceiving that he was shooting at the kids near the pavilion.
Correct.
Would it surprise you to know that there is no evidence that he shot at the kids in the pavilion?
Yes, that would surprise me.
Okay, fair enough. But you were also seemed to be a little bit surprised that there were other officers at the scene, at the corner.
At the corner, correct.
I think you told this jury and you testified that this was the first time that you had actually seen that there were 3 other officers at the corner.
Correct.
So are you saying that at no time before you testified to this jury that you knew that, you will know their names, but these 3 officers, Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado, showed up at the corner that we saw them on the video? You didn't know that until now?
No, sir. That's correct. I didn't know.
Have you met with the government before you testified today?
Let's see it.
Yes, sir.
Who did you meet with?
With Mr. Garza and Mr. Gardner.
Okay. And you just, that's appropriate, by the way, for you to do that. But you discussed your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you get a chance to review these videos and listen to the 911 tape?
No, sir. Not entirely, no.
So you saw that there were 3 other officers that arrived at the corner where the accident was.
Today in the video, yes, sir.
And before I talk to you about what they did and didn't do, you said some things. You said that you saw the individual with the gun walking towards the school, and then we lose track of him in the parking lot. Correct?
Are you talking about with the palm trees in the middle?
I'm talking about where the teachers park.
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so he's walking towards the school, and at some point we can't see him anymore on video.
That's correct.
And you even said at some point he goes into a parking lot that had a lot of cars in it.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, you have to say yes because she's taking the court reporter.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
don't worry about it. If you're nervous, and we'll go slow.
Flashbacks
Um,
from
So you also testified that you saw him hiding
Facing Anthony.
between two vehicles.
Correct. Not, I wouldn't say hiding. I would say he was walking between
Okay,
two vehicles.
but you also testified that there was, I'm gonna use your words, 'cause I wanna make sure I get it right, no way that whoever, and I'm gonna talk about this vehicle, whoever's in this white vehicle could have seen him driving when he was driving by.
Correct.
Okay.
From my perspective, because of what I saw and the speed of the vehicle that was going.
So whoever was in that vehicle driving by, that person, in your opinion, could not have seen the shooter.
To me, no.
And you also said that whoever was driving that white vehicle was driving, your words were, real fast towards the back of the school.
Correct.
real fast.
Oh, do you know that the government and us, we agree that that was Adrian Gonzales in that vehicle?
Okay, I didn't know who it was.
Did you know before you testified today?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, that was Adrian Gonzales in that vehicle.
Okay.
So Adrian Gonzales was driving really fast towards the school. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to direct your attention to those three officers that you just realized showed up to the scene. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now you got a chance to see the video. You saw that those three officers stopped on that corner.
Yes, sir.
You also know that you were on the phone telling 911 the severity of the circumstance, correct?
Correct.
And you were sharing that information on 911 before those three officers showed up to that corner.
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge why those officers stopped there.
No, sir, because again, I didn't see them. I guess my attention was facing the school so I can report it to 911.
Did you ever see those officers get out of their vehicle?
No, sir.
I'm not going to ask you how long they stayed there because you didn't see them until today, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw on the video that at some point in time, those three officers did not follow Adrian on the campus. They drove away.
Correct.
And you saw in the video that they showed up not long after Adrian drove really fast towards the school.
Correct.
Real fast, not really.
I thought I heard you say on direct examination that you were telling somebody, I thought you said you were telling an officer that the shooter had entered the school. Did I hear that wrong?
Oh, you heard that correctly.
Who did you, what officer did you tell that to?
I don't know the name of the officer. It was the officer that parked close to the entrance of the door where the shooter had entered through.
So I want to be clear. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to use State's exhibit. Is this one, Bill? State's one. Can you see this, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you saying that are you saying there was an officer that parked, because this is the west side of the building where the shooter entered, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're at, is this the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I love
Do you have
my
any idea
macaroni and cheese
how far that is?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. It's a decent distance.
It's a distance. Yes, sir.
I mean,
But I was not in the close to the door of the funeral home. I was closer towards the parking lot. I don't know if you saw in the video where I walked outside. So when I was doing a lot of the explaining, telling the officers where I was at, I was towards the middle of the parking lot.
Your parking lot or
The parking lot of the funeral home.
So right here.
Right about there. Yes,
So
sir.
this is, for the jury, this is Geraldine Street, correct?
Correct.
And this Geraldine Street, it goes, if this is north, east, west, south, kind of towards the northwest of the school, all the way north.
Correct.
Okay. And so is it fair to say, or you tell me, where were you standing? Were you standing maybe here?
We're not there. A little bit further, more towards up the. Yeah, right about there. A little bit up.
And so you're saying that there was an officer that stopped here?
Not there. No, sir.
Where did the officer stop?
The officer.
May he approach, Judge?
Yes.
The first police officer that I saw that was Uvalde Police Department, he parked right here, and that's where I was at, because I was telling him that the shooter had gone through this door.
So you're standing, this was just, okay. So you're saying that the officer was here, you're standing here, correct?
Correct. I was actually right about in this area when the officer parked right there, and I was yelling at him, telling him that the shooter had gone to
Is that when you were still on 911?
I think so.
Okay, so do you have any time of the time frame of when that was?
So unfortunately, I was not aware of any time.
Now, is it fair to say that that officer, whoever that officer was, and do you have any idea, could it have been these officers here?
It could have been.
Now, do you have any idea, or let me say, you agree that this officer, whoever it was, did not run to the school?
Correct. I didn't.
So this officer, you told him very clearly that you saw, not the general location, that you saw exactly where the shooter entered, correct?
Correct. And I think if you hear the 911 call, you hear me telling them the officer, he went through that door.
Well, I did hear that. I think we all did, and that's why I'm asking you this question. But we just don't know which officer you're talking to, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so but you told an officer, because we can hear you in real time on 911, he went through this specific door.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say he's in this general location.
No.
You said, sir, he went through that, but we heard what you said.
Yes, sir.
And that officer did not make their way directly to that door.
Correct.
So is it fair to say that officer did not breach this door? Breach meaning go through
Go
the
through
door.
the door. No.
Hi, Jana.
Did you get a chance to see where that officer went?
No, sir.
But by this time, and this is fairly quickly, this time there's a number of officers there.
That is
Okay,
correct.
now
And now that you know, once Adrian Gonzales
I'm not gonna-
drives into the campus, you never make eyes on him, correct?
No, sir.
You never see what he's
Or he
doing. or
went.
not
No,
doing.
no, sir.
You never saw him come around to the west side of the door, the
No,
west side of the school.
no, sir.
You never saw a female come to the west side of the school.
No, sir.
But what you do know for sure is that you told an officer exactly what door the shooter went in, and that officer did not follow them in.
Correct.
And it wasn't the same officer, Adrian Gonzales, that drove behind the school towards the danger.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Limones. Pass the witness, Judge.
No other questions?
Subject to recall, either side?
He's fine to be released, Judge.
He can be released.
Okay, sir, you are released from the subpoena. The rule has been invoked, so I'd ask you not to talk to anybody about the case until you're aware the trial is over with. But you're free to go, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Jason Shea.
okay. Let me pull up my text messages because I had to text this to myself. Where are we at? 5:39. Okay. We're going to do like a little straw poll thing right now. I personally found the two Texas Rangers that are up next to testify. I found their testimony to be, it just didn't do much. It was like, how would you describe this weapon? And how does it work? What's the mechanism? I don't know about you guys. I know that stuff. And my assumption from my poll, seeing that most of you are here to watch the trial, is that you guys know how that stuff works too. But if you want me to show it, I will. I was just, me thinking of just showing like the highlights, but I want to know what you guys think. Tell me, please, in the comments, if you would like to hear the police officer's testimony. It's not like police officer testimony, they ran into the school and did anything. It's like, I took photos of the car. These are the photos from the car. This is how a handheld weapon works. I can't say the word. Ridiculous. Crystal, this is the man who was supposed to, he's essentially the school resource officer. And he is being charged because he did not, in the eyes of the law, district attorney, he did not act swiftly enough, soon enough. So usually I cover use of force trials. This is like almost a non-use of force in many aspects. All right, we're going to hear a little bit of this cop, but I'm warning you, if the numbers go down significantly on our views, and or if you guys tell me you're falling asleep, then I'm gonna fast forward, because later testimony was pretty crazy. All right, so this is former ranger. Now he is a no, he is a current ranger, and he worked CSI shit stuff. Oh, he even had a ranger hat on.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given this cause will be the truth, self you got.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself
Kevin,
comfortable.
you're
Adjust that
not,
microphone if you need to.
Thanks, sir.
Alone in that belief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And
Would you introduce yourself?
I'm actually glad you said that. I'm just gonna share something for about 60 seconds. Hang in there with me, guys. If you are new here, hello. My name is Lacey, and I often get praised for having a very, very understanding, relaxed, communicative chat. We don't treat each other like imbeciles. We are open to other people's opinions. We are open to learning. And we don't want negative vibes. Like, I kicked a girl out last night because she was treating other people like she knew everything because she's in school for law. Okay, don't be an asshole. That's all I ask. As long as you guys are cool with that, please, please, please jump into the chat. We can be sarcastic, but just like berating people is not cool with me. And the reason my channel has gotten over 500,000 views in a month is because I'm pretty strict about that. And I let people be people and feel their feelings. So please hit the like button and subscribe. Okay, I'm done.
Jury, please.
My name is Jason Shea, and I'm with the Texas Rangers.
I'm going to
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
keep this one out.
Since 1998, so about 27 years.
And would you briefly go through what your duties have been in law enforcement?
He's a
So
big
in
guy.
1998, I graduated the DPS Training Academy, was assigned as to the Highway Patrol. I was in the Highway Patrol for about 8 years. Promoted and was a Highway Patrol Sergeant for about 7 years. And then in 2013, I promoted into the Texas Rangers. And about 3 years ago, I went into cold cases, and now I just promoted as a lieutenant, staff lieutenant with the Rangers in our cold case program.
And what is a cold case?
Definition of cold cases is there's not a set definition for it. So I was under a grant through the Department of Justice where we used advanced DNA testing to identify suspects in cases, utilizing kinship testing and genealogy.
Okay. Have you also done training in crime scene investigations?
Yes.
And would you explain what your training is?
So initially it's through your basic DPS, Texas Ranger crime scene investigation, from blood spatter to crime scene investigation photography.
And have you conducted crime scene investigations?
Yes.
Few or many?
Many.
Okay. As you work with law enforcement, have you likewise become familiar with guns?
Yes.
And tell us what your familiarity with that is.
Well, initially growing up, we all pretty much shot guns, but and then with the DPS I'm a firearms instructor, qualify other law enforcement officers in firearms, and then every type training that we do, and then shooter reconstruction also.
What does shooting reconstruction mean?
More of
yellow
how the
things.
a projectile reacts when it hits different surfaces, and trajectory of those projectiles.
Okay. So tell us in general terms, how does ammunition or weapons, how does that play into a crime scene?
If there is a firearm involved in a shooting involved with an officer involved shooting, or a crime where somebody has been shot, you can do ballistics to try to track those type of, the shell casings have the primer strikes. Also, the serial numbers on guns, you can track those at times.
So as a result of that, have you also had to learn just the basic mechanics of how a bullet is fired and what happens inside a bullet when it is fired?
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll approach you on it.
Yes, sir.
Put it in exhibit 2 to the defense.
I'm debating whether I want to fast forward through this part.
We'd offer exhibit 2 for the demonstrative purposes, Your Honor.
Maybe he's about to go make dinner. Never mind.
And may the witness approach the
Yes, sir.
exhibit.
Also, if you're new here,
Can
maybe
you tell us
is
what we're looking at in Stacy exhibit 2, please? And
best.
make sure people on our side. So if you need this to help you point things out,
Sure.
keep you.
So basically, this is your bullet with your casing and your projectile. The back of the bullet where the primer or the firing pin strikes, which then enacts and creates some type of explosion that would impact the black powder that's inside, and then it projects, and that expansion of gas projects the bullet or the
So when we hear a shot go off, what are we hearing?
you're hearing the expansion of the gas in there.
And that's from the gunpowder igniting?
Correct.
Okay. And with the primer, would you explain to us what the primer is?
That's just where the
what you
when it's
put
placed
on
inside the weapon,
before you put on the
the,
rest of your makeup.
it strikes that, which causes fire that does the gunpowder. Excuse me.
Now, is there anything about what is on a bullet casing that helps you identify manufacturers or those kind of things?
Sure. Back here in this area right here, there is usually the manufacturer, what type of ammunition it is.
And is that sometimes helpful in a crime scene
Sure.
to track down who originally manufactured that?
Yes.
And can you compare it if there's more than one person firing a shot?
Sure. And then you're going to look at the primer strikes and how that it is struck, and then how the casing goes through the barrel, or when it's put into the barrel, there's markings in the weapon. Each weapon is pretty much unique, and that's how they would be able to track that.
And as far as manufacturing, then where do they print that?
Back here, usually.
And by looking at that, then you can tell if empty casings then.
Sure,
are
like this one
manufactured.
says 9 millimeters, so you would suspect
Hey,
that would be a 9
girl.
millimeter.
Okay. Now, when a bullet is fired, could you just demonstrate what happens to the parts of the bullet? Where do they go and what happens?
Sure, this will stay inside the weapon itself until it's ejected from the weapon. Of
There's
course,
a
this is
note.
the primer is part of that shell casing, and the part that comes out is this part right there. So the bullet or the projectile.
Dinner
The
time. In the
projectiles, what you call it, that goes out and that does the damage.
Correct.
And the casing, does it matter what kind of weapon is being used as to where the casing goes?
Yes, so a revolver that didn't eject it, it would stay in there, and then a semi-automatic weapon would eject that.
And what is a semi-automatic weapon?
One that can shoot multiple rounds.
Okay. And so what happens when the semi-automatic weapon is fired?
It will, first of all, the bullet is in there. Once it's fired, it's ejected out to the side, usually.
The mechanisms of the rifle itself will eject.
Pulls it out, ejects it out, and then loads another one back in.
And so is that one of the things you're
Sorry,
looking
guys,
for when
I'm
you're
looking at
for crimes?
something.
Sure, because if there's not any ejected shell casings, then it could be a revolver that's involved.
And if there are ejected shell
Okay,
casings. I
I'll
can
let
tell
it
you-
go.
More likely that it's a semi-automatic, or that person dumped that ammunition out.
And because the casing's there, can you also inspect it to see who manufactured it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Ranger
had experience of doing crime scene investigations in additional active shooter situations?
Not in an additional active shooter situation. No, sir.
You have not done crime scenes in active shooter?
No.
How about mass shootings?
No.
Yeah, did you work in Sutherland Springs?
No, sir.
Is this the first time you've been to an active shooter crime scene?
Yes.
And how did you arrive at the scene?
By vehicle. I was in Del Rio at the time when we got a call that there was a possible active shooter in Uvalde and responded from Del Rio.
And how far is Del Rio from Uvalde?
A good distance. I was there on a deployment for the border operations, so I'm not familiar with that area. I actually followed some other individuals to that location.
How long does it take you to get from Del Rio to Uvalde?
I think it took us approximately about an hour to get there.
And when you got there, what did you do?
I had just finished a shift doing border operations, so I was actually in shorts and a t-shirt. I threw on my gear. I was parked down the street, and when I arrived, the street to get there to the school was blocked by vehicles. And the ambulance pulled up and said, "We've got to get these vehicles out of there." So I instructed Highway Patrol to start ramming vehicles off the road, patrol cars, so they could have an entrance to get there to the school.
Oh,
About that time, then officers, knowing that their vehicles
hey,
were going to get
Manuel,
rammed
if
off the
you're still
road,
here, thank you
came
so much
out
for the
and
duel.
moved their vehicles so the ambulance could arrive.
Okay. And eventually, did you go in before the breach occurred?
Yes.
And did the breach occur while you were in there?
Yes.
And do you know who was involved in the breach of the classrooms at Robb Elementary?
There were multiple officers. The Border Patrol Bortag team was the TL. There was the lead over that stack.
And what does BORTAC mean?
It's a border operations tactical team for the Border Patrol.
Okay. They actually led the breach, is that
Yes.
correct? Were you given assignments then as far as the crime scene at Robb Elementary?
So being the first ranger or one of the rangers that was on the scene, we cleared the crime scene to make sure everybody was out and nothing was contaminated at that point. That was secured. And then I was asked to, at some point, to go photograph the vehicle that the suspect had been involved in with his accident before he made entry into the school.
And did you photograph
Yes.
the crime scene?
Hey guys, if you want to support my live stream, you can send Jules if you're watching from a vertical. If you're watching on your phone and it's like a vertical stream, you can send Jules, which is like a monetary way to support me. Or if you want to keep YouTube out of it and send a message along with your support, you can do Venmo and Cash App. My handles are on the bottom ticker of this live stream that you see going across your stream. And all those expenses help pay for all of those donations go towards helping me pay for all of these expenses, which are magnificent, by the way. So your support is greatly appreciated, as well as the likes and subscribes. All right, I'm done.
Yes, sir.
And were those fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene of the truck that you participated in?
Yes.
Stag tenders, exhibits 50 through 84.
Sounds good.
As offered in evidence.
Are the numbers 50?
50 to 84 is what I read.
What in the world are they doing?
Okay, Ranger, looking first. Exhibit 50. Could you explain to us what we're looking at this point?
Yes, sir. This is the vehicle that had crashed through the guard for that culvert and had crashed right there.
And that was its resting place?
Yes, sir.
And exhibit 51.
It's same photograph, just from a different angle.
Okay, and what is in the background there?
That's going to be the funeral home, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Funeral home back over in this area right here, and there was another street that came straight here. And then the school was over here to your right.
Thank you. Exhibit 52.
Just a different perspective of that same vehicle with the school in the background.
Okay. And this was taken on the same day of the offense, May 24, 2022? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 53.
A close-up photograph of that same vehicle.
And the condition of the windows in Exhibit 53.
I believe the ones that passenger side had been were shattered.
On the passenger side,
Yes, sir.
front window
Yes,
was shattered. And Exhibit 54.
Just some of the barriers, and then some projectiles or shell casings or bullets, however you want to call it, there by the fence.
And would you point those out because they're kind of small there?
Yes.
And had those bullets been fired?
No, sir.
So they were still live rounds?
Correct.
And we say a barrier, is that another name for a fence?
Yeah, so you had your fence over here, but you had the barriers from, I believe, from where he had struck that barrier when he entered in that culvert.
Oh, the way the culvert comes down?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 55.
So just another photograph of that vehicle.
Does that give us a better shot of the front right?
The front of the vehicle where you can see where it had crashed through that barrier and then vaulted into that culvert.
Does that also show the front right window, its condition?
Yes.
And this condition was what?
Broken. You can see the glass right here. So
Well,
it had been
for
broke
you.
at the
Thank
time-
you.
At the time when it was when it broke.
Very good. State's Exhibit 56.
Same photograph from the rear of the vehicle. You can tell the direction the vehicle was coming from with its marks from the tire.
And on the right side of the vehicle, could you describe what we see there?
Yes, sir. There's a black bag here.
And did it have evidentiary value?
Yes, there was a long rifle or a rifle inside of it.
A long rifle or
A
rifle?
rifle.
State's Exhibit 57.
It's a close-up photograph of the rifle in the bag.
Was that in the condition it was in when you saw it?
Yes.
Exhibit 58.
There you go. So just another photograph of that weapon. And then you also see magazines with live rounds up here on the right. You can also see where that glass was on top of the bag from that window.
Okay. This may be the first time we've heard the word magazine with your testimony. Explain to us what a magazine is.
A magazine is inserted into the weapon from the bottom of this area right here, and it's usually loaded with other live ammunition. And so when the gun is fired, the semi-automatic, it ejects the shell casing that had been fired, and it automatically loads up another bullet from the magazine.
Exhibit 59.
So once we opened up that bag, we laid out all the magazines that were there and photographed that.
And how many cartridges does one of those magazines hold?
Usually anywhere 28 to 30.
20 to 30 rounds. So 20 or 30 rounds can be fired without the gun being reloaded.
Correct. It loads itself. Yes, sir.
And then what does it take to reload the weapon?
You have to eject the magazine and insert another magazine.
And about how long does that take?
Depends on how proficient somebody is. It can take seconds.
Just seconds, a matter of seconds?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And number 60.
Just a photograph of those magazines with live cartridges in there.
So does that indicate the magazines were full?
Or had been loaded. Yes, sir.
And how many magazines are depicted there?
6.
Thank you. Exhibit 61.
Open the door of that passenger side and photograph the inside of the vehicle.
And on the passenger seat, is there a magazine there also?
Yes, sir. Right. That had rounds inside of it.
And it had rounds in it also?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 62.
Another magazine with live rounds inside of it. That was in the floorboard.
Front floorboard?
Yes, sir. The passenger side.
Thank you. 63.
Looks like it's the same photograph. So we had emptied out or looked for identification to see who had insurance on the vehicle or if the vehicle was registered to someone. And so we placed those out by that cell phone that's located right here. And that same magazine that with the live rounds just to see who the owner of the vehicle was for potential.
And did you activate that magazine to aid you and assist you as to whose telephone that was?
Can you repeat that question?
Did you activate the phone or did the phone activate?
Yeah, when we picked up the phone, the front screen popped up.
And is that what a photograph of Exhibit 64 is?
Yes.
And are you able to read from that phone, from this photograph?
Yes, I am.
And could you repeat what you read on the top
It's an
line, please?
Instagram post from an individual, Ella Packer 69. Yeah, they killed them, and he killed his grandma. He shot her 24 times. He's going to hell.
Okay.
Then there was just another Instagram, somebody's following you, a TikTok, somebody liked the video, somebody took a screenshot, Apple News, and then somebody appeared to try to call this individual.
Thank you. Did you see the gunman that day, or did you ever see a photograph of him?
No.
Okay, so you can't tell us whether or not this was the gunman?
No.
You can just say this was the car in which there was an automatic weapon found just outside it?
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 65.
So the back passenger view photograph inside, there's a little blood right here on the seat. Appeared to might have been some blood on the center console, and then another magazine with live ammunition inside of it. Also you can see that the airbags had deployed on the driver's steering column.
And what causes an airbag to deploy?
An impact to the front of the vehicle,
Okay.
which is consistent with what we saw.
Fair enough. 66.
A couple more magazines. So I'd already pointed out one of them. There's 3 more there, tire iron, and a couple other items.
So we had 6 outside, and these were additional magazines?
So six outside, 2 in the front that we saw, and then there's another 4, and then I think there's another one in the back seat. So it's 12, 13 at this time.
Holding the capacity of 20 or 30 rounds or somewhere in between.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 67.
Same photograph. It looked like, I don't know what that is, something with the vehicle, but then there's another magazine, and a spent shell casing there, and a live round there.
And is there both a live round and a fired casing there?
Correct, a live round and a fired round.
And how can you tell the distinction?
You can see that projectile, that bullet right there, and on this one, there's not one. So we know that had been fired, or appeared to be fired.
So that indicates that a bullet had been fired somewhere around
Somewhere.
or near that vehicle.
Don't know, just that there was a shell casing there, and that bullet had been potentially
And would it
fired.
be consistent with the weapon that you saw outside the vehicle for a casing to be ejected from that weapon upon it being fired?
Yes.
In other words, it wasn't a
A
revolver.
wooden revolver is a semi-automatic rifle.
So you would expect the casing to be ejected.
Correct.
And Exhibit 68.
So a zoomed in photograph, next photograph.
I'm sorry, this thing's not always working. There you go.
Yeah, you can see where it appears to be burnt
Cat.
kind of on the end from the expansion of the gas, the burning of the gas. And it appeared that primer had been struck, which initiates the firing of it.
Indicating again it had been fired.
Yes.
And Exhibit 69.
A live shell casing, you can see that the bullet is still there.
The bullet on the end indicates it has not been fired.
Correct.
Exhibit 70.
Lift up that seat and you can see where there was a jack there from the vehicle.
And in the door facing of the back seat, is there any evidentiary value there?
Yes, there's a spent shell casing right there.
And you say spent, once again, that means it was fired?
Excuse me.
And Exhibit 71.
A zoomed in photograph of that one.
And 72.
I believe that's going to be the front driver's seat, a magazine that had been loaded with cartridges inside of
Okay, so this is still an additional casing? I mean, a magazine?
Yes, sir.
And once again,
I
fully
think
loaded?
we're around 14, I believe.
Thank you. And 73.
The driver's seat, we know that's because of the airbag right there, and then 2 live bullets there in the driver's seat.
74.
A zoomed in photograph of both of those.
And finally, 75 down, I guess, toward the middle of the
Same
screen.
magazine that we had noted earlier, and then 2 more shell casings or cartridges right there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
When we talk about weapons and ammunition, what does the word caliber mean to you?
It's the that ammunition caliber goes with that type of gun. So if you had a .308 caliber rifle, it would shoot .308 ammunition. A 9mm would shoot a 9mm. It's the size of the weapon.
And so what caliber was this ammunition?
.223.
And is a .223, can it be fired in a 9mm weapon?
No.
And vice versa?
No.
And so if you find .223 casings, the indication is it was fired from a .223 weapon.
Correct.
And by the same token, if you find a 9mm casing, it indicates that it was fired by a 9mm weapon.
If it was spent or had been fired, then yes, it would have been shot from a 9mm.
And once again, that would be if it was a semi-automatic that ejected the casing as opposed to a revolver.
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Stacy's Exhibit 12, if you'll just take a quick look at that.
Yeah.
Yes. You testified that you found 2 live casings in the truck that you did the search on. Does that appear to be the same?
2 live?
I mean, excuse me, fired casings?
Yes.
You can
This,
correct that.
yes, sir. These would be fired casings.
Thank you. The state offers Exhibit 12.
Hi, Debbie. What?
Lovely. Thank you. Exhibit 12, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And on Exhibit 12, the 2 casings, on the end of those casings, is there a head stamp indicating what manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what it is?
Not without my glasses.
And you didn't ring them?
No, sir, I did not.
We'll save that for another witness then.
What?
I couldn't either. That's why I asked you.
Is he just cheaters or what?
Yes.
No, check it.
If it'll work, it'll work.
That's the biggest donation I've ever received.
We'll give it one more
Thank
try.
you so much.
We got younger people coming with better eyes.
I thought my sight was bad. No, I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Not a problem.
I appreciate it.
Right by your booth. Thank you.
Well, let's try these two. Of course, they're pink.
I think it'll work. I think that'll work.
That is incredible.
It says LC 22.
Bill, if you want to read it, we'll read it.
Is it LC 223?
Yes, sir.
Would that be consistent with what's fired from those semi-automatic weapons?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And LC stands for the manufacturer.
Yes, sir.
223 is the count.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think I kind of blacked out for a second.
Pass the witness.
Please. Good afternoon, Ranger.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I wasn't expecting that accent.
No, I'm sorry about that. So, so my name's Gary Gillen. We've not met before.
No, sir, we have not.
And so you understand you've done this a lot before, right?
Yes, sir.
So you understand I'm one of the attorneys representing Adrian,
Yes, sir.
right? And,
Yes, sir.
You know I've got to ask you some questions.
Sure.
And you've testified loads of times.
A couple of times. Yes, sir.
A couple of times. So I'm not going to ask you anything you haven't been asked before. So if I tend to speak too fast, so if I do, you just tell me to slow down. And if you need me to repeat something, so Gary, go again.
Sounds good. Thanks, sir.
And so I wanted to, let's go back to the beginning of your testimony. So do I address you as Ranger or Lieutenant? Just to start off with.
Whatever's good with you or Jason. That's just fine.
So if I call you Ranger, is that good enough? Is that respectful enough?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so Ranger, I want to talk to you a bit about your training experience because did you say you've been in law enforcement since 1998?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for your service. We appreciate you. So that's a lot of experience.
A little bit. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, so you and look, I mean, I wrote some of it down. You've done a lot of things. You've been you're a crime scene investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
You've been a firearms instructor. You still a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir.
So how long have you been doing that?
Since probably 2002.
So you've been doing that?
A little bit of time. Yes, sir.
That's 23 years, 24 years now, right?
Yes, sir.
A quarter of a century. So you've got a lot of experience in the world of firearms, instruction of firearms.
Yes, sir.
But of course, I guess you said that you worked for were you a DPS trooper at the start?
Yes, sir.
And so at some point you had to go through some kind of academy.
Yes, sir.
And they teach you basic police tactics or ranger tactics, right?
Basic police tactics. Yes, sir.
And because if you hadn't had any police experience before, or law enforcement experience before, that's where they teach you the basic stuff.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so when we talk about basic stuff, we talk about report writing,
Yes, sir.
some knowledge of the penal code,
Yes, sir.
stuff like that, driving,
Yes, sir.
like weapon handling,
Yes, sir.
and some tactics that go around basic policing.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Let's get some W's in the chat
And you like I said,
for that
one of the basic things is
incredible
report writing, right?
donation
Yes,
from
Because
Kevin.
reports are important,
Wow.
Yes, sir.
right? Because you try and make them fair, I would imagine, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you try to include details in them.
Yes, sir.
Because on like an occasion like today, this incident was 3 years ago,
Yes, sir.
right? So did you prepare a report about this incident?
We prepared many reports about this incident.
Okay. And have you reviewed any today?
No, sir, I have not today.
Have you reviewed any in preparation for your testimony?
More of the photographs is what I reviewed, a statement, and then many of the interviews that I had done.
So let's talk about, so when you say a statement,
Maybe just reminded me to let you guys know if you are interested in becoming a member of the channel. That is a monthly membership, and you will be able to access members only lives. I did one last night briefly after I finished live streaming, and I have one scheduled for tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. And it also allows for you guys to have your own special emojis that you can use in the chat, and you will receive a discount on my merch, which I am having that what's it called? I am the money really threw me for a loop. My site is going live when I get back from my trip. And what else? Oh, whenever you type in the comment section, if you're a member, if you're a paid member, I always make sure to highlight your whatever you say. So if you are interested, there's an option where you're chatting. There should be like a $, and you can even donate memberships, and that helps a lot for the people who might want to join but necessarily don't have the funds right at the moment, and it'll only last a month. So all right, with that being said, thank you for the reminder, maybe, and thank you again, Kevin, for the very generous donation. It is absolutely, I know exactly what I'm going to use it for, and I'm so stoked. So thank you.
yes, sir. You said a statement. Is that a statement that you made, or?
No, it was based off of an interview that I had done.
So because you also did interviews in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. We'll talk about that in a little while. But do you recall how many reports you authored in this case?
No, most of the reports that I authored were based off the interviews that I had conducted.
So, okay, well, let me go a different way. So your investigation of this scene.
10 of you just became members. Congratulations.
I'm talking about the photographs that Ms. Turner's got here from me, Bill.
Last time, I'm going to pause it. Let's make sure to say thank you if you just received a membership from Maybe. And if you didn't, let's throw some W's in the chat for Maybe as a thank you. That was very generous.
Just a second. Is that the right ones? They're the wrong ones. Can I borrow for a second? So you're my approach to witness. So your investigation of this incident is kind of documented in these photographs. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't do a written report? Or
No.
I guess type now, right?
No, correct. Yes, sir. Most of mine was documented by the photographs.
So I guess traditionally you'd have done, back when you started, it's probably a handwritten report, right?
Sure. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And now it would be a typed report.
Correct.
So your testimony here today is you didn't do that. You just documented your work through photographs.
Other individuals documented it. Mine were through the photographs.
Yeah, your work. So
Yes.
your work was done through these photographs.
Correct.
All right, okay, cool. So I want to make sure that make sure we're not missing anything with
No, sir.
reports or anything like that. Okay. So let's talk about your job as because it sounds like you were a firearms instructor before you were a crime scene investigator.
So, and I say crime scene investigator, I'm a ranger. We usually process most of our crime scenes. So not a crime scene investigator, but more as a ranger. That's one of our duties.
So like dual purpose, you're multitasking. It would be fair to say that you are investigating, but you're also processing the scene yourself.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Whereas I guess what would happen sometimes, a local PD will come, and patrol officers or detective will come to a scene, and they will call in crime scene folks, and they will process the scene.
Correct. As a ranger, we usually do our own.
You can't do that. So when did you specialize in the firearms, before or after you started doing more of the crime scene stuff? Or was it
Before.
Before. So let's talk about that for a second. So I wanted to, and Judge, may I approach the demonstrative?
Yes.
Can I talk about some of the things we discussed earlier is possible to this. And this demonstrative that we used earlier. Can you see that there? Can you see that there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, cool. So this round here on this demonstrative, I think it's stage 2, right? This on the left here, I'm indicating on the left. We'll move it to the court reporter can see it. That's what we're talking about. So this would indicate this is a hugely magnified diagram.
Yes, sir.
This isn't a real projectile or round of ammunition, is it?
No.
It's a diagram.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But on the bottom here, the end of the round, the cap, if you call it right, it says 9 millimeters.
Correct.
Right, and that would indicate a round or a projectile that gets fired from a smaller weapon, a handheld weapon.
Correct. Yes,
Right?
sir.
Because I don't want you to show me that you're probably armed today.
Yes, sir.
Right. And what kind of sidearm do you carry?
357.
357. And that is
It's a little bit larger than what this would be.
so that's what I was saying. It's a self-loading pistol,
Yes, sir.
right? But that's you wear that on your hip,
Yes, sir.
right? And so that's probably the only weapon you're wearing right now.
Correct.
But if you were dressed tactically, that would be your secondary,
Correct.
right? So that would be your backup weapon,
Correct.
right? And your primary weapon would be a long arm.
If I had a long arm at the time, yes, sir.
If you were doing any kind of tactical work, and the idea of that is you can shoot longer with that,
Correct.
right? And it's more accurate.
Yes.
And if that fails, you ditch it and you go for your secondary,
Correct.
which is your pistol on the hip.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's the kind of round that we're talking about here on your diagram,
Correct.
right? So not the kind of rounds that Mr. Turner showed you. In stage 12.
Correct. The concept is the same.
Yeah.
Just a different type of
And so the jury can see that these are a different caliber, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
223 can't be fired through a handgun, but the principle is exactly the same,
Yes, sir.
right? Although this, because it would have these, you see that in 12, this has more powder.
Correct.
Oh,
So because you said earlier,
Really?
we'll go back to the diagram here. Can you see? Oh, you can't see it. I'm trying to get these out without handling them. I feel very. Oh, yeah. I don't mind.
I'll have to grab my dog for the Bodycam.
So
Or both.
Nico's going to show the jury the rounds there. So you'd agree, I guess, these are longer than a normal 9mm round, which is what's portrayed here.
Correct.
So
Yes, sir.
that round is fired out of a longer barreled weapon.
Yes, sir.
Like I say, a round of ammunition.
Correct.
Because that right now is a cartridge. So this is a round of ammunition,
Yes, sir.
right? This thing here is a projectile.
Yes, sir.
Like the bit on the end. This primer gets struck by the firing pin,
Yes, sir.
right? You pull the trigger, the spring squeezes, eventually your firing pin goes forward and it strikes this pin.
Correct.
And you quite right, so people think it creates an explosion.
Yes.
And it's really like a very fast burn.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
And
That's what ignites the gunpowder.
ignites the gunpowder in this cartridge and forces the projectile out of the barrel.
Correct.
Right. And so this cartridge is the thing that carries the charge or the powder.
Correct.
The longer the charge or the cartridge, the faster it travels.
Should be.
And
Yes.
if you add that to a barrel, which makes it spin, it's even more deadly, right? That projectile
Correct.
is
More accurate. Yes, sir.
more accurate. It can travel faster and it can travel further distances.
Yes, sir.
So that round there is now potentially in the right weapon is much more dangerous than a round fired out of like a 9mm weapon.
It's going to be more powerful.
More
Yes, sir.
powerful, so therefore more dangerous. More power equals more velocity.
Correct.
More velocity equals more speed.
Yes.
More speed means more danger.
Potentially. Yes, sir.
Right, potentially. So, and then what happens with these is that the round gets fired and the projectile gets thrown out the end of the barrel, right? Gets pushed, spirals down the barrel, and then goes towards its target.
Correct.
Okay, and then the weapon recycles.
Yes, sir.
So the weapon will cycle the receiver, or some of the action will go forward, then come backwards on itself,
Correct.
and that's what throws the ejected cartridge out.
Correct.
Because you just want to clear that up. So it throws, and depending on the ejector that's inside the weapon itself, that depends where that cartridge goes, right?
A lot of things depend on where that cartridge goes, but yes, it grabs that basically and throws it out.
Because some weapons have slightly different individual characteristics.
Correct.
They have like general characteristics, but that's how you can tell. Because sometimes there'll be markings on the rounds and on the cases that you can say this has been fired by this weapon.
Correct.
And sometimes that is the ejector. Right?
Yes.
Because the weapon fires, recycles, and as it's coming back, it hits the ejector pin, or whatever you want to call it, and it fires the round out.
Correct.
And generally, most of these weapons are they're recycled to the right.
Yes.
Because I guess
most of the ones that I've been involved with, yes.
And I'm assuming, maybe you tell us, it's probably because most people are right-handed, right?
Correct.
Because it fires away from the firer's face.
Correct.
So generally, rounds when they're fired from a long-barreled weapon or a handgun go to the right.
That's the intention.
That's
Yes,
the
sir.
intention, because it keeps away from the firer's face.
Correct.
That'd be no good for military or law enforcement.
Exactly.
It goes away to right, but sometimes it'll go backwards.
Correct.
So there's no real science, there's no real way of accurately saying, does it go backwards or just sideways?
Correct.
But what we can agree with is that round is more dangerous than one of these.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Yeah, so therefore that weapon is.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And so, because you must do some tactical stuff as well, by the sounds of it.
Yes.
And so when you deploy tactically, what equipment do you have?
A pistol and a rifle.
So if your pistol is your secondary, or your
Correct.
backup, what kind of rifle do you carry?
A 223.
Okay, and so what range is that accurate over generally?
It could go from long distance, but I would say anywhere from, from 50 yards to 100, 200, 250 yards.
And I guess it depends on how good your training is, right? What
Correct.
other equipment would you have on you?
A bulletproof vest. Potential you might have a helmet on.
Yeah. And so let's talk about your vest. So I mean, the deputies in the room now are wearing vests, right?
Yes.
And vests come in different types.
Correct.
Right. So there's a general bulletproof vest, which is generally made of Kevlar, right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess they are mostly rated against probably stab proof and smaller rounds.
I don't know about the stab proof, but the smaller rounds, yes, sir.
Yeah. Generally speaking, they're probably not going to stop something like that.
Generally, no.
Right. And that's kind of, I guess you might agree with me that that's the general police issue, is a Kevlar vest, probably what the deputies are wearing here today, that will stop a smaller round, which is one we were looking at there.
Yes, sir.
It'll stop one, it won't stop one of those.
Usually not, depending on that vest, but yes, sir.
Probably not, right? You wouldn't trust it.
No.
No. And so in order to do that, you need to put something inside the vest, right?
Yes.
It's normally a Kevlar plate.
A plate.
So you'd probably take your body armor off. Sometimes they've got spaces for you to put the plates in them.
Yes, sir.
Right. So you'd have to take your armor off, open it up, put the plate in it, right?
At some point, but they usually stay with it most of the time.
At least you stay with it. But if you're doing a dual purpose thing, you've got your normal vest on, right?
Yes,
you
sir.
could have your plates in your bag, go bag in your vehicle, right?
It depends on that individual. Yes, sir.
But you probably have plates in yours.
Yes.
Yeah. Because otherwise, you wouldn't want to risk your life with that, right? Otherwise,
Correct.
Yeah, of course. And that's is that the stuff you had on you that day when you were in Del Rio and you got this call?
Once I didn't have a helmet on.
You didn't have it on, but you said you just finished the deployment or something. You had your
Correct.
But you have your equipment available to you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Right, and that's the equipment you had with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because so you testified that you were I think you said you were in Del Rio
Yes.
at the time this came in,
Yes, sir.
or you became aware, right? Because you became aware that there was an incident developing.
Correct.
I'm assuming. So, and that's either through radio or telephone communication.
I was at the office and
He
somebody
is
had walked up
either
to me and
from
said,
New
"Hey,
Zealand
we've heard
or
that there's an
from
active shooter. They're at Uvalde.
Australia. I want.
Are you going?" And of course, yes.
And so, because
But
you're a law
please,
enforcement officer,
someone
Yes, sir.
right? And you were aware that there's
correct me if you disagree.
well, you're aware now. At the time, did you say you was an active shooter? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you know that you haven't seen that with your own eyes,
Correct.
but you know what an active shooter means.
Yes.
And if that, in fact, as we now know, this horrific thing happened, actually was an active shooter thing, situation, but you were in Del Rio, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Sure, but it's still going to respond.
No, of course. But what I'm saying is you were aware in Del Rio. When
Yes.
somebody said to you, Lieutenant, there is this situation going on, you've got to go,
Yes.
right? And you did, in fact, go.
Yes.
And it's an hour away
Yes.
from Del Rio to Uvalde.
Yes, sir.
And all the way there, you're probably receiving more information,
As much as we could.
as much as you could. And
Sure.
we're not talking about the communications piece, that's for later on. But you receive more and more information, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
As you travel from your base to the sea.
Yes.
So you're aware of the gravity of this situation.
Yes.
Now it's developing.
Yes.
But being aware of it doesn't mean you can do anything.
Correct, because I wasn't there at the time.
Because
Yes,
otherwise, because that would make no sense at all, right?
that
Because
I was in Del Rio and received the information, but I had to do something then.
yeah, just because
to
you're
stop
aware. You made you aware because you're a law enforcement officer, whether you're off or on duty, really, right?
Yes, sir.
And so just because you're aware of this incident, you can't do anything about it.
Not at that time. No,
that
sir.
can't be the standard, right? Being aware of it.
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Well, just because you're aware of this situation is going on, you can't do anything to act because you know about it
Correct. Until I can get there.
until you can see it.
Yes.
Right. And that might sound like a silly question, but
No, I understand.
And so I think that you said that when you got to the scene, it was, would you agree it was chaotic?
That's the word I was fixing to use. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a polite way to put it, right? Did you review any other reports or anything describing the scene?
No.
because when I'm thinking about a word, you might be thinking about user, but it was chaotic.
Very chaotic. Yes, sir.
Right? And so, which is not unusual in this kind of instance.
Something like that.
Well, it was the first one that I had responded to, but I mean, it's just very chaotic would be the precise word that I would use for it.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second, because you've been all that experience, right? And this is and lots and lots of training.
Yes, sir.
Right? And this is the first one you've ever been.
Yes, sir.
I mean, pray that no one ever has to go to another one ever again.
Oh, 100%.
But even with your training and your, I mean, like, not making light of it, you've got nearly a quarter of a century of firearms training.
Yes, sir.
Most of that as an instructor.
Yes, sir.
Right? Where you train, right?
Yes.
Or you get initial training.
Yes.
Like in basic stuff. You get basic tactical training, basic weapons.
Yes, sir.
Then you built on that. You've got more advanced training.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you train on that.
Yes.
And you practice it.
Yes.
And you practice it.
Yes, sir.
To become efficient.
Yes, sir.
And to become proficient.
Yes, sir.
So when you're called to use these skills, they're second nature.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because finish my sentence for me, if you would. If you don't use it, you
lose it.
Don't use it, you lose it. That's right.
Lose
So you have to train these skills and hone them and practice them for them to be second nature. So when something happens, you don't have to pause and think memory files. What's going on? What am I supposed to do now? Right?
Correct.
Because what I'm going on to is you said that while you're at the scene, the BORTAC team breached the classroom.
Correct.
Right. Now, tell me if you know, that's the Border Patrol tactical team.
Correct.
Right, and I don't know, they're a very well trained bunch.
Yes.
Right, and they're very proficient at what they do.
Yes, sir.
And they're very well equipped.
Yes.
And again, if you know, we could probably assume that they practice a lot.
Yes.
They train a lot.
I would suspect so.
So when they operate, they almost don't need to communicate with each other.
Correct.
Some extent.
Yes, sir.
But they're so well rehearsed, they get faced with a situation, they know what to do.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that is what indeed happened here.
Yes, sir.
Right. Eventually, when the BORTAC team arrived, they were the ones who breached and ended the situation. Right?
Correct.
But you'd agree the difference, the qualities of the BORTAC folks are that all that training, lots and lots of training, lots and lots of practice in order to be able to do that.
Correct.
And they're properly equipped, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you'd agree that in order to do some sort of breach like the one that you're talking about, someone's got to be properly equipped.
Well, you would love for that to happen.
Ideally, that's how you would train. Right?
Ideally, yes, sir.
Training is just doing things properly equipped.
Correct.
We live in the world of health and safety and stuff like that now, right? So
Sure. So you're going to respond without the helmet and the vest and stuff like that.
Yeah, but so the BORTAC team, they were armed with long weapons.
I believe so.
Yeah, and when I mean long weapons, you know, I move around well. Anyway, like a long arm.
Yes.
Like the one you found in, you find it in there, and a pistol.
Yes, sir.
Properly rated vests.
Yes.
And a shield. So they're the ones got there and did that, right? And so that's what happened there. So, and I'm assuming that this has all gone on, and once that's happened and been cleared, that's when you can move over to your duties of collecting evidence and documenting the scene and stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, you wouldn't do this while that was going on.
No, sir.
So after that happened, this is when you got deployed to do this.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Right, but that wasn't the only thing you did in this case. You said you did some interviews, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about these photographs first. So just give me 1 second. I want to. Are you on that approach with this?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I just want to talk about a couple of them. So we mentioned, I'll go get my notes, that you took a photograph. There was some evidence inside the vehicle that indicated an ownership, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's 63.
Or who had insurance of the vehicle?
Yeah, well, maybe possession of the vehicle, right? And that's
Yes,
fine.
sir.
63. Did you confirm that? Or?
Guys, I'm super uncomfortable. I
Through
need
the
to grab a
photographs.
thermicare patch because I'm a little old lady. Be right back. Coco, I'm so sorry. Please don't bite me. I gotta get up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go. State 63. I can't read that. Can you read that? You probably can't. You got these?
No, I can't read it.
Okay, but you tried to ascertain whose vehicle it was, right?
Yes, sir. Because through the photographs, we could always zoom in if we needed to see who that individual is.
We now know who drive that vehicle, right?
Yes.
Yeah, who's that?
I don't know his
You
name.
don't know his name?
No, sir.
Yeah. And there's 64 state. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. And then 64 is a cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose cell phone that was?
I don't know his name.
You know now, right?
No, I don't know his name.
You don't know his name?
No, sir.
You'd agree it's the guy responsible for the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna. might be able to publish some of them on the screen. That would make it easier than me standing there, right? I mean, so this individual that you, I mean, generally speaking, this, from what you found, you know, did you know how many rounds of ammunition you found in that vehicle, in that bag?
No, sir.
Approximately.
No, sir, because we didn't unload those magazines, so I don't know. A bunch.
Yeah, a bunch,
Hundreds.
like a lot. So hundreds. That's where I was going. I mean,
Yes, sir.
it was this person, whoever was driving this vehicle, had another, you know, fairly high-powered semi-automatic rifle with hundreds of rounds of ammunition.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Right. And it looks, possibly from looking at this evidence, that person may have been firing that weapon inside the vehicle.
Or around the vehicle.
Or around the vehicle, because there are spent casings inside it.
Yes.
And so you took those photographs, and that's where your part of this investigation ended there at the scene with the truck, right?
Correct.
But I think that you also said, because we spoke earlier and about your reports, right? And you said that you did some interviews.
Yes.
Of school people.
Yes.
School employees.
Correct.
And that wasn't that day, right?
No, sir. This is for the weeks, or for a week, probably every day for the next week or so.
So how long after this incident do you think you did these? What I'm getting at is, what was the time span? Was it the next day? Was it a week later?
So the next day I was dealing with returning property back to agencies who had just left their equipment. So I dealt with that. And then after that, it was more of dealing with, I had to go to the hospital the day of, right after this, not for myself, but as part of the investigation. And then it was more a list of individuals who were employed at the school, officers that responded. So we broke that up and started conducting interviews.
Right.
So those are the interviews that I had done.
And so you spoke to a lot of school district employees. I'm not talking about Adrian, I'm talking about staff at the school district, right?
Correct.
And so you spoke to all kinds of people, right?
Correct.
From coaches, I guess.
I don't believe it was more of staff, principal, secretaries, and then officers that responded.
And Ranger, I guess you would agree with me that your investigation showed a practice or a pattern of staff defeating the locks at the school, right?
Correct.
What I mean by that is there was a policy in place in the school district for the doors to be locked, the exterior doors to be locked.
Correct.
And for the interior doors of classrooms to be locked.
Correct.
Right. And they were fitted, I guess you would agree with me, with what's been called a lot of these doors, through your investigation, they're called Columbine doors, right?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. But they were fitted with doors that can only be locked from the outside.
Correct.
And there's a purpose for that, right?
From the individuals that I spoke to, the purpose for that was so a student couldn't lock a teacher outside the door.
Okay, right, and that's a valid purpose, right? But you know, through your law, because you've been a firearms instructor for 24 years, right? You were around just after Columbine in 1999, and you've done lots of training in active shooters.
Yes, sir.
Scenarios, right? And one of the reasons that those doors are supposed to lock is so that people like the person who committed this unspeakable act can't gain access to the building.
Yes, sir.
Because if it's locked, presumably they don't have access to the
It'd be
keys.
harder to get into the school. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if it's locked, you can't get in through a locked door without breaching it.
Correct.
Right, because these doors are pretty substantial.
Yes, sir.
They're metal.
Yes, sir.
You've got metal frames.
Yes, sir.
So if you were to go in, you would need, and your team would need special equipment to get into that.
Correct.
So the reason they're locked is so that kids can't play a prank on their teachers, right?
Sure.
But also for more sinister reasons to prevent things like this happening.
Correct.
Right. And that's just the external doors.
Yes, sir. I was speaking about the ones inside the classroom.
But external and internal, right?
Yes.
But your investigation showed a pattern of staff defeating these locks.
Based on the interviews I had done, yes, sir. There were staff that wouldn't always lock the inside doors.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But your investigation showed that the school had magnets that they could place on the doors to defeat the locks.
Correct.
And they would give them out to staff.
Now that I don't know.
But
I know there were some teachers that utilize those now.
Okay, good news for anyone that watches me put on makeup. I found this when I was trying to put on this patch, which I had a lot of difficulty with. But now I am not mirrorless anymore. So, yay.
Do I know if the school gave those out? I don't know anything about that.
You don't recall being told that these magnets were given to substitute teachers because they wouldn't be able to get in and out with passes?
Very true. Yes, sir. But your normal staff, no. But substitute teachers, so because they weren't given a key to the classroom, they would be given those.
And I know you're probably aware there was a policy that was against the school policy.
I would suspect so.
Yeah.
From the dollar store. I'm sure it's top notch.
Thank you, Angela.
Oh man.
Yeah, and so just to confirm that your investigation revealed that there was a pattern of leaving these doors unlocked.
Yes.
There was a pattern of defeating the door locks with magnets.
Yes, sir.
Right. And on this day when you were there, you now know that these doors were in fact all unlocked.
At the time, I was under the same impression as everybody else that the door was locked, and come to find out that I've been told based off of that crime scene investigation that door was unlocked.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second. So we'll deal with the end of it first, right? So now through your investigation, I appreciate you can arrange it. We now know that those doors are all unlocked.
I know that one door was unlocked.
The one on the west side.
Yes.
Is that one you're referring to?
The door, I don't know what classroom door that is.
My approach is. Yes. Just very briefly, just to clarify.
Yes, sir.
So let me show you what's slip one. And this is the demonstrative of the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is the school.
Correct.
And this is the new building or the west building. It's called, right? And this is the south door.
Correct.
When you say we know that the door, you said the door was unlocked. We're talking about this west one.
No, sir. I was talking about the inside door.
Oh, the inside door to the classrooms.
Correct.
Yeah, they were locked. They were unlocked. Sorry.
One of those that I know of was unlocked.
Did you know that one of the door locks wasn't even working?
No, sir.
You didn't know that?
No, sir. I take it back. I knew that they'd been having problems with one of them because
Yeah,
they had
Ryan,
reported
recently it has been.
maintenance that one of the doors was not working.
And nothing had been done about it, right?
Correct.
So the school knew that door wouldn't open, that wouldn't lock.
That they were having issues with it. Yes, sir.
Right. It had been reported to maintenance.
That's what I've been
And nothing had
advised.
been done about it.
Correct.
It was supposed to be locked.
Yes, sir.
It was unlocked. Do you also know through investigation now, I guess you can agree, that the external doors were also unlocked?
Based on my investigation, but based off of information I had heard. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. Are we done?
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Possible.
Mayor,
Let me check
I'd like to start with this whole idea about the common pattern of defeating these Columbine doors being the magnets.
You're going to have to ask that question a different way. I'm
Fair
sorry.
enough. I believe the defense asked you about the common practice of using magnets.
I don't know about Columbine, but I'd heard that there had been individual teachers that were using magnets, so the doors would not lock.
I just used the word Columbine because he used that for the name lock. I'll back off of that. The whole issue is pattern of using magnets so door wouldn't lock.
Yes, sir.
Door locking is a safety precaution
Correct.
to protect, I believe the defense said, from things like this happening.
Correct.
And school district police officers are also employed to keep things like this from happening
Yes, sir.
and provide security
For the students, yes, sir, and staff.
and determine whether or not there was a common practice not to lock doors.
I'm going to get that cause of speculation, Judge.
That's just what his training has been on.
Oh, really, objection, you can answer if you know.
I don't know.
You don't know?
They would know that there is a common practice going on. Would they be aware of that? You would suspect that if they are there at that campus, that they'd be aware of that.
That a school district police officer, you would suspect they would know if there's a common practice of defeating the locks with magnets.
Yes, sir.
And whose job would it be then to correct that?
The staff or that officer.
In charge of the security,
Correct.
to keep that from happening.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any indication that
I
any of the
don't
school
think this
district
guy's
police
British.
officers
I think he's.
corrected the problem?
I thought it
Common
was
problem of using magnets to defeat the locks?
like
No, sir. I didn't interview any of those individuals.
And Adrian Gonzales
Australian
was a school
or
district
New
police officer.
Zealand.
I don't know Adrian Gonzales.
I'd like to also speak to you about the casings you found inside the car.
Yes.
And just to be clear, the casing could end up inside the car because the weapon was fired inside the car
It could.
and the casing ejected.
Yes, sir.
But if a window is broken out, can a casing escape a weapon outside the car and enter the car?
Sure. Yes, sir.
And was there a window broken out in this case?
Yes.
In this vehicle?
Front passenger window.
So it would be completely consistent with being just outside the car for two casings to end up inside the car.
It could. Yes, sir.
And I wanted to talk to you also about the suggestion about to do anything about it, you need to see it. right?
You would have to be present.
Present. You were in Del Rio.
Yes,
You couldn't do anything about it in Del Rio.
correct.
So what did you do?
Responded.
What does responded mean?
I went to that location.
To do something about it,
Yes,
if needed.
yes,
And you got to that location.
yes,
And fortunately, you weren't needed at that point.
correct.
But if you get to a location and you can't see an active shooter, but you can hear an active shooter, what do?
You respond to that location
Go to see it?
to work, not just to see it, but to respond and to initiate whatever you can do to stop it.
So an active shooting and you hear shooting, to do something about it, you go to it.
Correct,
You don't look for cover.
correct.
But we talked about equipment. If you don't have your helmet on, then it's okay to look for cover, right?
No, sir.
If you don't have your rifle, but only a sidearm, it's okay to look for cover, isn't it?
No, sir.
Object to leave, Judge.
It's the same.
What are the limitations, if you explain to the jury, what are the limitations about going to shots fired in an active shooter situation?
Riley says, thank you so much for the donations, Kevin and Maybe and everyone else. Thank you so much. Okay.
There's not a limitation.
Smell good.
There's not a limitation.
I wouldn't say so.
The rule is what?
To engage, to stop the killing.
Absolutely.
Briefly, if I might. So, we talked. So, I just want to clear up a couple of things you talked about there, Ranger. So, you interviewed several staff at the school, even the principal.
Yes.
Even the principal told you that they would defeat these locks without blankets, right?
I can't remember which individual said, but based off the interviews I had conducted, no, she had said that. That's a possibility. I just don't remember which individual told me that.
If I represent you, you spoke to Principal Gutierrez, right?
Yes.
If I represent you that she told you that, would you have a reason to doubt me?
No, sir.
I appreciate that. So, but nevertheless, there was a pattern of practice of leaving these doors open,
Yes.
leaving them unlocked.
Unlocked.
That's what I mean. When I say open, I mean unlocked,
Yes.
which is a safety issue, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that safety thing is to prevent something like this from happening.
Correct.
And so the prosecutor just asked you about school police officers and their duties. Right? Now you investigated this incident. Right? You know through investigation that Adrian wasn't into this school.
I don't know anything about Adrian.
No. But all right, let me ask you a different question then. You know there was no officer assigned to that school.
No, sir. I don't know anything about the officers at the school.
Through your investigation, you didn't know that?
No, because mine was compartmentalized to specific things.
Right, okay. But if there wasn't a school resource officer assigned to that school, then it'd be difficult for that non-existent school resource officer to report things to the school, right? That makes sense?
If he had never been there, then no, he wouldn't know that.
Right.
I really want to get to the. Yeah, you know what? I think we get.
No further questions. Thank you, Ray.
Thank
No further
God.
Recall the other side.
We don't need to recall him, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, please, Your Honor.
Okay, Ranger, the rule's been invoked. I think you're familiar with that. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Be available for recall.
That guy. No, we're not doing another law enforcement where they're just. He took photos of the car after it wrecked, and it had rained. So that made it particularly difficult. So that's about that. Oh, look who it is. Riley.
Go ahead and have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone if you need to and speak up for us. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Please.
We shall see.
You tell us your name.
Stephanie.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a marketing coordinator at the.
This is important, so I don't want to interrupt once we get into it, but patriotic, I did a members only stream last night about Connor Grubb, so might incentivize you to join.
Hospital in Uvalde.
Uvalde Hospital?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
Since July.
And before that, what did you do?
I was a teacher.
Where were you a teacher?
Started in Cal Allen and then moved to Uvalde at Robb.
Okay. What did you do at Robb?
I was a third grade teacher.
At Robb Elementary School?
Yes, sir.
And was that true then, back on May 24th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Could you just tell us what that morning was like? What were y'all doing?
We had awards in the morning, and then we went back to the classroom, and it was a pretty relaxed day. Watched movies, had snacks, and then I don't know how far you want me to go into that. Okay.
So what is awards day?
It happened quarterly, and they would get awards for like top AR readers, AV honor roll, citizenship awards, all of those things. So just celebrating the kids and their achievements. Yes, sir.
And where does it take place?
The cafeteria.
And it's just people rotate in and out in the morning?
Yes, based on the grade levels.
And is it kind of a free day then for the kids?
Kind of, sort of, I guess. We have fun.
That's a day of fun.
Yes.
So when did y'all finish awards?
We had ours in the morning. It was, I couldn't really tell you, 9, maybe 9, between 9 and 10, I guess.
What did you do after the awards?
We went back to the classroom for a little bit, and then until it was time for them to go to rotation at the library.
So you went to the library after you were in the classroom?
Yes.
And then next, what did you do?
After I dropped them off, I went to a math interventionist room in the 4th grade building and looked at some math manipulatives, and then until it was time to pick my kids up from the library. And I actually picked them up about 10-15 minutes early that day so we could have extra recess.
So you got them out early to go have recess?
Yes.
Where's recess?
On the playground, I'm going to say maybe the south side of the school.
Okay, we'll take a look at that in a minute. I just kind of want to walk through the day first, okay? So you got out, you were headed for the playground on the south side of the school.
Yes.
And tell me what happened there.
We stopped at the classroom first to grab lunch boxes, use the restroom, and then we were walking to the playground, and it sounded like the trash, the dumpster was picking up the trash. And I thought to myself, that's weird. They usually do that in the morning.
What do you mean it sounded like a dumpster picking up trash?
Like the dumpster truck, you know how it picks it up and it dumps all the trash. I don't know, it makes a loud noise to me. So that's what it sounded like.
So that's what you heard?
Yes, at first.
So it didn't ring a bell as a concern or raise a ring?
I mean, it was interesting. It was a little weird and odd. And I remember thinking to myself, that's strange. They usually do that in the morning.
Yeah, it is a multi.
And then I just became, I guess, a little more aware of my surroundings.
He's 14.
Did you continue on to the playground?
Yes.
And did you get to the playground?
Yes.
And how long were you at the playground?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe 5 minutes,
A short
give or
period of
take.
time.
Yes, a short period of time.
What is it that disturbs your playground activity?
We heard sounds, and to me, I thought they were fireworks. That's what it sounded like. And then another teacher also said, that's kind of strange. And then I walked to, they had like bleachers in the middle of the playground so I could see my kids, and I didn't make it there until Coach Gonzales picked up his radio and started yelling for us to get inside.
Okay. So the combination of hearing these fireworks and Coach Gonzales, did you draw a conclusion from that?
14
Yes.
and you wouldn't know it.
That there was
He's wild.
gunfire.
Okay.
There's something was wrong. You
So
could see it.
fireworks and Coach Gonzales meant you think not fireworks, guns.
Yes.
And
Or
as you were
some-
trying to get inside, was there anything else that indicated to you that wasn't fireworks?
Yes, we could, when we were standing there, the dirt was kind of, you could see the dirt cloud up, kind of coming towards us. And then as we were all running into the classroom, I saw I don't know what to call him, horrible person, walking.
Just take your time, we can hold on.
Walking towards the door.
Can you describe him for us?
He had all black, long hair, and a gun.
You saw a gun. Can you describe that for us?
I mean, I'm not really a gun person, but it's long and black. So,
And about this
Ma'am, you live in Texas? You don't own your guns?
I need to understand that a little better.
like I don't know if you drop something in dirt or sand, I guess, and it kind of makes a cloud, and then I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, and did you see one of those clouds or more than one?
More than one.
More than one.
Well, God bless
So how
you
many children
for
did you
being
have?
an educator.
In my
And
personal class, are all
Willa for
together.
you.
Good question. Let's start with your class.
At the time, I wasn't 100% sure, but I think there was about 10 to 12 students.
With you.
Yes, the rest had left.
And there was another class out there?
There were several other classes on the playground.
At the time this puffing of the dirt was going on?
Yes.
Do they all allow to intermix them for that?
Yes.
Okay. So coach has given you instructions, you've had your own confirmations, you actually see somebody with a gun. Pretty stressful?
Yes.
Did it prevent you from acting?
No.
What did you do?
Well, we
I
can't be having that.
yelled to the kids to get in the classrooms. The second grade teachers had opened their doors to let us in. And I went to the first classroom and I stood outside the door to make sure everybody had gotten off the playground.
So you got through the door before all your kids did?
Pay attention.
Not
Like,
all of them, but yes.
So but you didn't go in?
No.
And why is that?
Just to make sure they were safe.
this is very, very, very important that you guys pay attention to the words coming out of her mouth, like what she's actually saying.
And
And did you make sure they were all safe inside before you went inside?
yes.
And so when you went inside, what did you do?
I went to the corner of the teacher's classroom and at that point noticed I had only about 2 to 3 of my own students in there. And so realized that they were kind of spread out into other classrooms. And then
I was concerned for you. Tell me about that.
you just worry. And I mean, I know that they were all in a classroom, but not knowing where or who they were with was concerning because they weren't with me.
So what did you do?
We sat there for a little bit and you could see we just kind of waited and tried to keep the kids calm. So we'd gone into a second grade classroom and a few of them were struggling to stay quiet. And
what's the idea of staying quiet?
don't talk, don't move, be still.
Is that part of the training that y'all had?
Yes.
You had training to stay quiet under what situations?
They just a lockdown.
A lockdown? Just, would you go through this then, what a lockdown is and what you do?
So it's lock lights out of sight. You lock your doors.
Thank
should be,
you.
and then you turn the lights off and you're out of sight. You go somewhere in your classroom that is away from windows, doors, hidden as best you can.
And is that school-wide?
Yes.
So in the lockdown, if you go in any room, according to the lockdown procedures, the kids are going to be away from the door and away from the windows,
Yes.
in the dark
Yes.
and quiet.
Yes.
And you had a little trouble with people being quiet.
Yes.
And so what did you do?
I like army crawled around the floor under these second graders' desk and we did breathing with them. You go trace your hand and you breathe in and out as you go up and down your fingers. So I did that to 2 students, help them calm as best they could.
So you learned a breathing technique
Yes.
to calm kids in stressful
I
situations?
mean, it's just a normal, I guess, teaching special ed. You learn, I guess, little tricks to help with anxiety and things like that.
Did it work?
Yes.
How quickly?
I couldn't give you an exact time.
Okay. Did you take any other action as you were waiting?
Yes, at one point, the teacher, and I don't know her name, I feel so horrible, but I don't know her name. She had brought me a pair of scissors, and then there was another teacher in there. I don't know if I'm allowed to say her name. She also, we kind of like got together and just kind of came up with a plan.
What was the plan?
Do what we had to do, defend, keep quiet, wait until somebody came to get us.
And what were the scissors for?
I guess protection to fight if we needed to.
Okay. Under that stressful situation,
Yes.
you developed a plan
Yes.
I didn't know you were
To
from
fight.
Texas patriotic.
To fight?
Wow.
to fight.
Yes.
And how about your kiddos?
They were doing the best they could to stay calm and quiet. They were doing what they were supposed to be doing. They had ended up getting safety scissors, I guess because they saw us with our scissors. We got theirs. I didn't even notice until we got to the parking lot.
The kids all had safety scissors,
Mhm.
mimicking y'all,
I'm sorry?
mimicking the teachers.
I assume so, yes.
That is preparing to defend yourselves.
Yes.
No, this objectively.
How long were you in this position?
I don't recall. It was all very, I don't know.
What did you do while you were there?
We're in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Help the kids stay calm, was ready to go. At one point, we just made sure we followed the rules. At one point, the two other teachers we were with, or I was with, they couldn't remember if the door was locked or not, or they just weren't sure. And so I remember being on the opposite side of the classroom, and they were tying an extension cord up into the door. I don't know how to explain it, but there's like a triangular shape metal frame that helps it open, and they were tying an extension cord around it to try and make sure it was, I guess, secured the best it could be if the door wasn't locked.
Okay. And that was the other two teachers?
Yes.
At some point, you were relieved or you evacuated. Is that
Yes.
correct? Tell us about that.
We kept hearing knocking on the door, and we were taught, don't answer the door. Somebody will come in and get you. But after several times knocking, and again, I was on the opposite side of the room. One of the teachers, she peeked open the curtain to see, I guess, who it was. And it was law enforcement. And so at that point, she opened the door. They came and said, we're going to move you guys to the parking lot. So once everybody's ready, we're all going to move quickly but safely to the parking lot and wait there.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And how did your day end then?
Got to the parking lot, and at that time I realized all the kids had scissors, so like, it's okay, we're okay. And I took all the scissors and had two big pockets. Both of my back pockets were full of scissors, and we sat there for a little bit and then ended up going to an empty field off of campus. And while we waited for buses, I still at this point didn't have all my students, and so I gathered the ones that I did have, and I told them, stay here, we're not getting on this bus, and waited.
For what?
For the rest of my kids.
And did you get them? And then where did the bus go?
It was a little bit of confusion, I guess. We went to the high school, or we were supposed to go to the high school. And then on the way there, the bus driver was just kind of going in circles. And then we were told that the high school was on lockdown, so we wouldn't be going there. And then we ended up going to the Civic Center.
The what?
The Civic Center.
Okay. And is that where the kids were reunited with their
Yes.
parents? Okay. Thank you. We've gone through your day, and I want to just kind of go through so we have an idea of where all of this occurred. Okay.
Please, please, please make sure to like this stream. And if you love it, make sure to give me a subscribe. That helps tremendously with the algorithm. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Both sides, so it's real hard if we get in front of them and see what you're doing. So
We're
if you have to
staring at
point
her
something, feel
chest
free to do that. I'll give you a second just to kind of familiarize yourself with State's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Do you recognize
People
State's Exhibit
are
1?
choosing not to have their.
And could you show us the perimeters then of Robb Elementary School?
Welcome.
Okay. And so when you went to recess, where did you start?
I started here. Well, I was originally at the very beginning here in one of these classrooms, and then this is the library. So this is where I pick my kids up at.
Okay, let me ask, is the fourth grade wing there?
Yes.
Would you point out the fourth grade wing?
And the library
The
results.
fourth grade wing, you point to it, it has 3 X's on it, is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's a building north of that, or is it still part of the fourth grade
It's
wing?
connected.
Excuse-
It's part of it. It's connected.
Okay, and then so y'all had been in the library?
Yes.
Is it still somewhat part of the fourth grade
It
wing?
is in here. It's right here at the other entrance.
And you have to speak up a
I'm
little
sorry,
because now you're facing this way. So the library is where y'all had been,
Yes.
and then where did you go?
We walked. My classroom was on this wing right here, so we stopped.
Is that the second wing from the top?
Yes, it's wing B. So here's the main office parts, and then there's wing B. So we walked down this little sidewalk, went to the classroom, dropped stuff off, got our lunch boxes, and then followed the sidewalk all the way down And it was about here that I heard the dumpster, what I thought was a dumpster. And then this is the playground. This is where we ended up
At that playground?
Yeah, and it's like this entire thing.
And is there another building right there at the bottom of the photograph that you were talking about?
Down here?
Right here?
That's the pavilion, the PE pavilion where we have the basketball court and where the kids.
Pavilion or pagoda?
Pavilion, I guess.
Okay. Call it a pavilion. And so where were the kids playing?
They were scattered throughout this entire area. There's several different pieces of equipment. They had, there's just tons for them to do. So they were spread out all through here.
All through and even behind the pavilion?
Oh, not this far. I would say they probably stop about here.
To the right, if I'm facing it?
Yes.
Okay, so could we go back then to where the Hillcrest Funeral Home is?
So here.
Right here?
Yes.
So from this position, what would be the line of sight to the
Thank you,
pavilion?
Nikki. Thank
From
you,
this-
Debbie.
Yes,
Right here. Correct.
to that pavilion.
Yes.
And so could you
Oh,
see the
greatly
children playing where y'all were playing?
I'm sure if you were standing in the right spot, yes,
And so is that likewise where the puff of dirt came up?
possibly.
Okay. So were there shots being fired toward the pavilion area?
To my knowledge and experience, I thought so, yes.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion is contrary to what you saw that day.
Could you,
Is that
could
correct?
you rephrase that? Sorry. Could
Louder.
you repeat your question? Sorry.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion area, that contrary to your experience and what you saw that day.
Overall, you can answer if you understand the question.
Yes. To my knowledge, there were shots fired over here and saw the dirt and
Okay. And where were they coming from?
from this area right here. Like they would be coming and the dirt was flying up about this area.
And where did you go when these things started happening?
The second grade wing is right here, closest to the playground. I ended up in the first.
It's a
classroom.
really nice
And before you got in that classroom, did you see somebody?
school campus.
Yes, on the way to the classroom, I saw a person in all black and a long weapon.
And do you remember where he was?
Yes, he was over here, closer to, he was around this area.
And are you marking there to the spot, southwest corner of the building and the parking area?
Yes, and to me, I guess in the moment, it looked like he was at this, there's an entrance, a door right there. I thought he was more on the sidewalk. But that's what I.
Close to the sidewalk?
Close to the sidewalk.
Okay. How much time did you spend to look at him?
Thanks.
Just a glance?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Coco.
Pass the witness.
Back across.
Please.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Hale. Hi, my name is J.C. Dawes. I represent Adrian, and I guess I want to say first, I know that testifying and thinking about this stuff is hard. I can tell. I can see it, and we all can see it. And nobody blames you for that because you went through a lot. I mean, all y'all out there went through a lot that day. Okay, so I say that to say I'm not asking these questions to make you relive that, to hurt you anymore. But do you understand it's important? I need to go through some of these things because we are in this case and they have made allegations against my client, so we need to talk about that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my
So-
God, go away,
Ms.
Coco.
Turner walked you through
Look at her face.
what was going on that day. I think one of the things you said was that you had your kids in library, and just so that I know, and I felt
I
like
just got into my Christmas
just
cookie.
so that I can understand exactly what you would take them to the library, drop them off. Then where would you go?
Get this.
Typically we would have, we would all meet as a grade level team, but since it was a fun day, I guess, award day, we didn't have to meet. So that day I went into the math interventionist room.
Go.
I want to say it was like room 132. And we spent time looking through her manipulatives because she was going to retire and I was going to take some from her.
Right, and I think you said that in your statement. You said manipulative.
Yes.
So we had it transcribed, and
Those are my favorite kind of
I
cookies.
thought the
in that.
transcription was wrong. So the word can be manipulative.
Yes.
So
So students can
Sorry,
manipulate
guys.
and move to
Got it.
understand.
Okay, so that's kind of what I want to understand. So manipulative is like an object or something.
The way to the classroom, I saw
Just 2
a
minutes.
person in all black and a long weapon.
And do you remember where he was?
Yes, he was over here, closer to, he was around this area.
And are you marking there to the spot, southwest corner of the building and the parking area.
Yes, and to me, I guess in the moment, it looked like he was at this, there's an entrance, a door right there. I thought he was more on the sidewalk. But that's what I.
Close to the sidewalk.
Close to the sidewalk.
Okay. How much time did you spend to look at him?
Thanks.
Just a glance?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Powder all over her face.
Ask the witness.
Back across, please. Thank you.
Wow.
Hi, Ms. Hale. My name is Jason
Joel,
Dawes.
thank you.
I represent Adrian, and I guess I want to say first, I know that testifying and thinking about this stuff is hard. I can tell. I can see it, and we all can see it. And nobody blames you for that because you went through a lot. I mean, all y'all out there went through a lot that day. Okay, so I say that to say I'm not asking these questions to make you relive that, to hurt you anymore. But do you understand it's important? I need to go through some of these things because we are in this case, and they have made allegations against my client, so we need to talk about that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So they kind of, Mr. Turner walked you through what was going on that day. I think one of the things you said was that you had your kids in library, and just so that I know, and I felt like just so that I can understand exactly what you would take them to the library, drop them off. Then where would you go?
Typically we would have, we would all meet as a grade level team, but since it was a fun day, I guess, award day, we didn't have to meet. So that day I went into the math interventionist room. I want to say it was like room 132. And we spent time looking through her manipulatives because she was going to retire and I was going to take some from her.
Ooh.
Right. And I think you said that in your statement, you said manipulative.
Yes.
So we had it transcribed and I thought the transcription was wrong. So the word can't be manipulative.
Yes.
But
So students could manipulate and move to
Got it.
understand.
Okay. So that's kind of what I want to understand. So manipulative is like
Yes,
an
right.
object or something that they're using and it teaches them a lesson about, I guess, whatever you're.
You know what I was thinking about today? Sorry. I went through EMDR training or therapy, not training, therapy for a very traumatic event in my life. And it really, it was very helpful. And it dawned on me today watching this, that these poor victims have not been able to do such a training because of the fact that they would need to recount their experiences in court.
Lesson is
Yes.
trying to do. Okay.
That's really
And you said you were having to go over manipulatives with the person who was retiring.
Yes.
it is.
Was that for your benefit or for hers?
Both, I guess.
You see what I mean? Like, was she teaching you?
Oh, no. I was just going through what she had so I could use it in my classroom. So
Understood.
she was no longer going to be using it as she was retiring. So I was getting that from her.
Got it. So she's basically saying, look, I have these things I think your students could use.
Yes.
And you were saying yes, and let me see them, and this looks interesting. Okay.
Yes.
That does clear up a part of the interview. So I guess at the point where you go to the library, so you were going over that and decided, we don't have our meeting, our staff meeting or whatever, our team meeting, might as well go get the kids and give them extra time out on the playground.
Yes.
That sound right?
Yes.
Were all of your kids in the library at the time?
The ones who had stayed, yes.
And what is that?
So after the award, some of the students had left to go home.
Okay. And was that like a normal thing?
Typically after awards, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess what I mean by that is, did the school say, look, because we're talking about May 24th.
A lot of people
May 24th,
quit.
can you give us an
after
idea
this.
that year, if you remember, can you give us an idea like how close to the end of the school year May 24th was?
Maybe a week or two.
Okay.
Not maybe, I don't know.
And I'm sure you're in grade school, so nobody's doing like finals or anything, but have you as the teachers, or at least have you guys already basically submitted all the grades that they were going to have, or were there still more grades that had to be submitted?
There were still more grades, but I believe we had to do them for 4 weeks.
Okay.
So
And do you know a park that's commonly known in Uvalde as Mexican Park?
yes,
Okay. And can you just
I
describe what
laugh
that is?
every
I've
time
never
I
been
don't know.
Oh, but you've heard people talk about it.
yes,
And they call it Mexican Park because I think it's named after somebody famous in Mexico.
I guess.
But that's what it's called, right?
Yes,
The high schoolers, they have awards day too, or did you know?
yes.
Okay, they have awards day. Do you know if it was pretty common throughout Uvalde, the Uvalde ISD, that on awards day, if you want to go home, you know, parents want to take you out, do something fun, or you want to go to, you know, you want to go shopping at the mall or whatever with your parents or whatever those things, that would be a normal thing. They can take them out of school or they can take them home and they wouldn't be in class.
Are you asking for, like, every child would do that, or?
No, I guess, do you know if it was like, because you're in an elementary school and Uvalde has a middle school
Yes,
and Uvalde has a high school.
yes.
And I don't know really I'm really just trying to ask, I don't know your experience with the middle school and the high school levels, but it sounds like that they were having kind of awards and things going on in celebration on the same day from the high school level to the elementary school level, but you wouldn't know.
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But you do know that in elementary school, not that every kid would go home, but if the kids wanted to go home, they would go home.
Yes,
And in fact, your kids that you talked about, the ones that you had that day, those were the ones that didn't go home with their parents.
correct.
How big is, when we say your kids, we're talking about your class that you're responsible for.
Yes,
How big is it normally?
about 22.
About 22. And how many do you think or remember that you had that day?
I believe it was 12.
So probably, I mean, close to half of them had chosen to go home with their parents, or their parents chose one to take them home.
Be a little less, yes.
A little less, right? So 10 out of the 22 had gone home.
Yes.
And have you been a teacher anywhere else? Oh, you said Cal
Allen.
Allen. When you're at Cal Allen, was there something kind of a similar practice?
Yes.
Right. Is it pretty common that, you know, when you have the fun day or whatever, kids go home and then some kids you say watch movies, right, in the classroom and just generally maybe get more time at recess, a lot of different things like that on a daily.
I guess, yes.
Right. And I'll tell you this, it seems like I'm asking you questions and you don't know why I'm asking.
That's
What the relevance is to you. But I'm not asking them, I guess I'm not trying to ask them to bother you. Do you understand? But I really just want to know, because I don't know. You know, you're the teacher, you're the first teacher that we've heard from here. And I want to know from you what that policy or kind of what that practice was on that day. You understand?
Yes.
As far as that goes. So after this happened and you went through it,
I have a
in
broken
detail,
tripod.
let's go toward the point where you've got the kids that were remaining. And you've
Funny.
taken them to the playground and you did that. I'm going to go through this map with you. But you said you took them to the playground that's sort of on the south side.
Yes.
Okay. And
File.
you said as you were on the way, you found or you heard something that sounded like a dumpster picking up the trash.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to
She's fixed.
Ranger Benson?
I wouldn't remember his name, no.
You remember speaking to a ranger
Yes.
on May 28th of 2022?
Yes.
And that would have been the interview that you did where you sat down with a member of law enforcement and they asked you about the things that happened that day.
Yes.
In May 28th, 2022, how long after this had happened was that?
I'm sorry?
How long after this, what we're talking about here, how long after you were on the playground with the kids was May 28th, 2022?
4 days.
4 days. So you would agree that your memory of what happened was fresh at the time that you talked to the law enforcement investigator?
Not necessarily. I mean, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
They have done that.
I guess what I'm really just trying to point out is that, as is common with all human beings, in the immediacy or in the immediate days after something happens, our memory about what happened is fresher or it's better than years later.
Years later?
Years
Yes. Yes, years later.
Sure. And so I kind of want to ask a few questions. And after this, and you know, I'm not saying anything one way or another. I kind of want to know what you've been able to see or learn or read or hear since that time. Okay. Now, I would assume, as somebody who's so closely involved and so closely affected by what happened, that you have looked at and examined the reports that have come out about what happened.
No, I have not.
Okay. You've never read one?
Nope.
You've never seen anything on TV?
I've seen, yes, but I have not in detail read. I don't care to. Sorry.
No, I
See that.
I understand. And I think some people would want to know, and then some people may not, and it's fine both ways. So as far as the Texas House report, you haven't read any part of it?
No.
Or their conclusion?
No.
The Department of Justice report?
No.
The Department of Homeland Security report?
No.
The City of Uvalde?
No.
Have you talked to other teachers since about what happened?
Yes.
Is there any kind of support group that you have with the other teachers or other people who were there where you guys have talked about it together?
We did group counseling, but it was maybe 5 teachers 4 times within like 3 months.
And of course, like I said, I'm not asking these questions because there's anything wrong with that. I'm glad that whatever communications that you needed to do, you've been able to do. But I want to go back to the interview. Because in the interview, do you remember talking in the interview, and do you remember the ranger asking you what happened, what you witnessed, and what you saw?
I mean, it was a while ago, so I don't really remember the interview. I just remember where it was at.
Okay, and I guess what I mean is, did you understand that the purpose of him interviewing you is to ask you what happened on that day and what you witnessed?
Yes, I guess. I didn't know if it was, I thought it was mandatory we had to do it.
Sure. But I guess what I mean is that obviously when something like this happens, and you're in the room with the ranger, the law enforcement officer, the reason you're there is to tell the ranger what you witnessed.
Yes.
Okay. Because, in that interview, you did talk about, you heard a sound like a dump truck, right? You described it as a dump truck at the time.
Yes.
You described it here as like a garbage truck.
Yes.
And trust me, to me, there's no difference. I think it's the same. And what you're describing, I don't know, everybody probably heard it, and I just want to clarify. What you're describing as part of the sound is like whenever it kind of takes up and dumps and like slams it back down and like
yes,
that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And was that a common sound for you to hear on the playground? I know you said it was weird for the time, but is that a common sound for you to hear on the playground at Uvalde or at Robb Elementary School?
At least once or twice a week, yes.
Okay. So do you know what dumpster would have been being emptied, or you just remember hearing that sound?
I just remember hearing the sound.
Okay. And so before you came here to testify today, because you said it's been years since you gave that interview.
Come on,
did
buddy.
you sit down with any member of the prosecution and discuss what you would testify about?
When? I guess, could you clarify the time frame?
Yeah, sure. I guess at any time after this event occurred, but before you came here to testify today.
Yes.
Okay, which is it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to do, yeah, it's fine. But what I'm trying to do now is figure out, at any time when that happened during this interview, did they play for you this interview so that you could hear what you had told Ranger Benson before?
No.
Okay, so you've never heard any of this?
No.
So I have some questions. But you were there and present when you did the interview, but nobody's ever played it back.
No.
Because during that interview, you described going into the classroom and that you described the scissors as you described.
I think this is it.
But during that interview, 4 days after this happened, you never told Ranger Benson that you had seen anybody matching the description of black, wearing all black and long hair.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about that fact, though.
Okay.
That would be a fact when you're talking to the ranger that you would think would be definitely relevant and important.
Yes.
Sure. And I'm not trying to get on you, but that's why I said the reason I have to ask these questions is because I think the prosecution will agree with me. The things you're testifying to here today are not the things that you said to the ranger at the time. Did you know that?
I'm sorry?
Did you know that?
No, I don't remember what.
Okay. Do you remember telling the ranger that the only way you found out there was an active shooter was your husband called you while you were in that classroom?
He did not call me.
Did he text you?
We were texting, yes, and he didn't tell me that there was an active shooter. He just told me to stay inside and be safe.
Okay. So if you had told the ranger at the time that your husband was the one that told you there was an active shooter, could your memory have just be different now?
I guess maybe.
The state was
Did you
praying.
know?
The
I guess,
defense
or do you remember?
didn't pick it
When
up.
you talked to the ranger, you never told the ranger that you saw clouds of dust coming up from the schoolyard.
I believe that I did because I remember telling my family what had happened that day. And
do not get me wrong, anybody who goes through a traumatic event remembers differently at different times. I understand that. But you would agree, though, that would be a significant fact, just as if, just also as seeing somebody with a gun.
Yes.
Wearing all black and long hair on the south side of the building.
Yes.
And I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask you to review your statement about what you said to the ranger, because it seems to me like the stuff that you do not remember saying to him, that if you were able to review your statement, that would refresh your memory. Do you agree with that?
Possibly.
about what you said to him. If you watched what you said to him, it would refresh your memory about what you said to him.
Well, yes, obviously.
Sure. I'd like to do that.
I have no objection, it's just not in front of the jury when I work here.
I understand. I'd like to have an opportunity to have her review her statement so that I can do a cross-examination that
How long?
I mean, what is it? Maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, jury, if you want to take a 10-minute break, we'll bring you back out shortly. So whatever you want to rise for the jury.
She wasn't interviewed multiple times.
They're saying 10 minutes, but whenever it's over with, we'll bring you back out.
Not that I'm fairly caught up on this.
Okay, you can be seated in the courtroom. You'll have it.
You're on the
Tina.
witness.
I don't even
Did
think-
you need water or anything before we?
I think this was like a deposition 4 days after.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Because the defense right now is thinking jackpot. This is a great defense. You have to appreciate a smart defense. I was meant to be a defense attorney. Let's be real, you guys. Damn it. I just hit 101,000 views in 48 hours, just right this moment. That's why I was doing that. Sorry. That's wild. Yeah. We can't hear it either. Okay, let me first clarify, Kevin. She is not in no way, and you will, as long as you keep watching, you will hear she's not being criticized whatsoever. Not being criticized. What I can explain to you is happening is she is providing her recollection at this point in time versus what she had said 4 years ago. So now there was a detail, a very important detail that she mentioned. And the entire defense planned their strategy around this detail. And so I think both sides, when they heard that, they were like, what? And for the state, it was a like, let's try to make this work situation, whereas the defense was like, we're not saying that you guys threw a Brady violation out here. Like, they weren't accusing the state of withholding information. They were simply information comes to light with time. And this came out of nowhere. And so it's not the time for it to come up is during court. That's all I want to say without ruining too much of it, because I think that you guys will appreciate being able to listen to it. But all I can hear is very, very distant playing of her recording. It's not like I have a good volume in my ear. Okay. I had to watch all of this ahead of time. That's why when you said you spend a lot of time doing this, I spend a lot of time. Mm-hmm. I did just hear her say that her husband texted her and told her that there was a shooter. Yeah, I think that they heard everything that they needed to hear. I'm hearing just mumblings. Man, Kevin, that donation just like you and maybe. That was great. Thank you again, guys. Yeah, they don't really want us listening to this, but I'm over here ear hustling for you guys. they're done. Now, so this has the potential to be a mistrial now. I'm in school for law. I'm not going to press fast forward. I'm not going to try to mess with it at all. But we're almost done. No, they absolutely weren't. I promise you. And that becomes crystal clear. I promise you. Yes, that's. I want to slap a hoe. I put her in her place, which is outside of my chat. I love how gentle both the defense and the prosecutors are with the witnesses. I appreciate that so much. You'll see it as time goes on, especially with this witness. She can't help that this memory came up. I think it's great. I think it would be inappropriate to be anything but respectful. No, I'm so sorry. I think it would be inappropriate to be anything but absolutely respectful to the people giving testimony. Well, welcome, Lori. This is the officer who was supposed to in the eyes of many, do more during the Uvalde Elementary School massacre that happened in 2023. If you are interested in knowing, if you don't know what that means, then you'll have to go and chat because I can't verbally say exactly what happened. I'll get punished by YouTube. Oh, I think that I think that I'm not at the point where I can honestly say whether it would be good or bad. I think everyone deserves an absolute fair shake when it comes to their freedom in these sort of allegations. I don't care how guilty you are. That's what our Constitution states. Everyone deserves a fair and just trial. I thought, oh, okay, here we are. Okay, we're good. Finally.
Okay, we ready to bring him in?
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Ms. Hale,
What
you
the?
agree with me listening to the totality of your interview 4 days after, did you never tell the ranger that you saw any?
Not normal. 1.25. Make it big. Let's go.
Body that was dressed in black with long hair and a fire and a gun?
There we go.
Correct.
You agree that you never told him that you saw dirt flying up on the playground? That was to you, I guess, putting 2 and 2 together, you felt like you were being shot at, which was your opinion.
Correct.
You never told the ranger any of this?
I'm listening to that now.
Right. And that was 4 days after it happened.
Correct.
And you would agree he gave you every opportunity to say everything that you remembered about what happened.
Yes.
And seeing the shooter and seeing somebody with a gun on your school would have been something that you would have told him at the time.
I would think so. Yes.
In the dirt and you connecting that to their bullets being fired in your direction.
Yes.
Okay. So the question I have is, when you talked to the prosecutor on those incidents, did you tell them those details about seeing the person in black and with long black hair or with long hair and a firearm? And did you tell them about seeing dirt being kicked up at the playground?
I believe so. Yes.
All right, Your Honor. And so based on that, we have never gotten any notice from the prosecution. And that is clearly an inconsistent statement with the statement that she gave. The prosecution has never provided us. This is clear under Brady. It's clear under Michael Morton that if this is the first time that I'm hearing of this in a trial of this magnitude is when she testified on the stand about it. And so if she did report these things to the prosecution, we were entitled to that to prepare for this. And this is a trial by ambush.
Good response.
We're checking to see if it is indeed part of the grand jury testimony we turned over to them.
Okay.
Good on the state to be like, we're checking. I've never had to testify, but I've done a deposition, and my deposition did not go well. Not because I lied, because I included information.
It's provided in the transcript that we provided to them on 134.
That would have allowed emails into the situation. Anyways, it was settled out of court, but thank God. It was the worst experience of my life. I did nothing wrong, by the way. I did nothing wrong. Something happened to my mom.
I agree that she said that before. I do not see in the grand jury transcript, there was talk about dirt flying up around the kids. I do not see where she described seeing a shooter, seeing a person with a gun matching the description of the shooter. And apparently she told the prosecution that before trial. I mean, that's an incredibly important detail that I'm finding out about now in front of the jury.
And how's that Brady or exculpatory, to be honest?
Well, it's like insanely different. What I want to say is it is 180 degrees different than her prior testimony to the grand jury and her prior statement to the ranger. And it is of a matter of such importance because it is placed the gunman on the south side. It's the same place where my client was, where he responded to and where he went to. And so if this witness has told, and I understand witnesses witnesses testify, they remember things differently, but when the prosecution hears something that the witnesses remember differently than anything that we have, it's their obligation to provide that to us, because that would be what could be used for impeachment.
So we provided with the grand jury testimony that had about the dirt, whether or not it was a man in black, they've already stipulated that there's a man in black that was there.
I agree, but not at that location at that time. And this is a man dressed all in black, not just all in black, with long hair and a firearm and a gun.
Like there was more than one man in black and a gun.
But that's
south end of Robb Elementary.
The prosecution, I'm sure, is not trying to intentionally miss the point, which I'm sure that the court understands my point, which is it's not about who did the shooting. Of course, we all agree with that, but at what time, when and where and how, and what teachers had identified a shooter or had seen a shooter on campus.
Well, the location is pretty important, Mr. Turner. Do we have anything that you show in your notes? You turn that over to them?
About the man in black, no, Your Honor, I don't.
Specifically the location at that particular time?
Well, I guess the idea is the witness has testified that she told the state. Does the state acknowledge to the court that they were told that?
I said, I believe so. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is that this woman was initially interviewed, in a very traumatic event. So there's going to be things that she remembers, for as time goes on. But I agree with Mr. Turner. That's not exculpatory. We all knew. When saying to them, "Hey, there's a shooter, all black with a long rifle," is not information that they didn't already have throughout this case.
In opening statement, they said that Melody Flores said the man that was in all black, but she got the gun wrong. So
I think his complaint is more to the location of the man in black in relationship to where his client was.
I don't think she said anything about where his client was, first of all. Second of all, I think the testimony will be that Melody Flores saw him in the same spot that this woman has said it was. There's no new testimony there. There's no new evidence, nothing different than what they already know.
She never told us that the specific location that she saw him, about that south end of the door. She never told us that.
Okay. So what are you asking for?
Well,
He's like, I have put in so much time. This sucks. Because if they do a mistrial, they're just going to go back around and reschedule it. And you're just postponing the inevitable, right? So, what do we do? I had to relive the most horrific experience of my life in front of a bunch of attorneys. It was awful. 0 out of 10 do not recommend depositions. Stay out of court. Handle your business.
Finish the record, so go ahead. Before they ask for their remedy, we'll go ahead and ask a question.
As far as the conversation you had with the prosecutors and the man in black, did you discuss, or do you have a firm memory that you discussed where he was, or did you simply discuss him when you saw the man in black?
I don't remember. Are you talking during the grand jury? During the grand jury or when?
No, when you talked to the prosecutors in preparation for trial.
Oh, I don't remember now.
You don't remember?
If I discussed the location now.
And I'd also like to ask Ms. Mitchell. Do you have any notes that we're discussing here?
I guess we're going to take this. And I tell you, man, let's do this. I don't want you going back up to the fourth floor. Could you go with one of our bailiffs and just step out in the hall momentarily? So we'll bring you right back in. Don't talk to anybody about the case if you do me that favor.
This is wild. I was watching this.
Mitchell, you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause to be the truth, self together.
Yes.
Mr. Turner, we can just do it from council table if nobody objects. Go ahead.
Thank you. Were you there and conducted an interview with Stephanie Head?
Yes, for trial preparation.
And did you take notes as a part of that?
Yes.
Do you have any notes as to Ms. Hale telling the prosecution where the man in black was?
No, she told us there was a man in black. She looked, she saw a man in black with a long rifle. But she didn't tell us that he was specifically at that location at the south end on the sidewalk. And she did say.
Thank you.
She's going to be in trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pass the witness.
Yeah, but clarify for me, what was in the grand jury testimony that you did disclose?
There was dirt flying up.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Question?
Ms. Mitchell, the notes that you're referring to, on what date was that interview done?
I have to go back to my calendar. It was sometime in mid-December,
Of
right before Christmas.
2025?
Yes.
Were you the only prosecutor present at that interview?
No, it was me, Mr. Garza, and Mr. Turner.
She's taking the whole ship down. Oh
Yeah.
no.
You were conducting the interview?
No, Mr. Turner was.
And in that interview, the witness that we're referring to told you she saw a man dressed in black with long hair and a long rifle.
Right.
All right. And you noted that she had never said that before at the time that she said that.
I love
I
this.
didn't know that.
We're just sitting there doing this.
Well,
We're prepping her, so I can't say that I specifically noted that.
but I mean, you in just the preparation, you would have noted that a fact like that an additional person seeing the shooter at the time before the shooter entered the building outside, you would have noted that as a significant fact. You would agree with that?
I would say that he was seen by several people. So one other witness saying they saw him, such as Ms. Flores, or, is part of that.
All right, but I guess what I'm saying is that
Oh, look
whether
at
or
those
not you
cowboy
see,
boots.
you understand and know that not only is location important, but time is important. Where the shooter is at a certain time, you know that is an important detail.
That is an important detail, but I wouldn't say that I was, at the time, had dissected the time frame with her to the point that it was so significant that it stood out to me.
Well, and I guess you'd also understand that different witnesses at different points in time viewing a shooter in different locations. All of those things are important details as to know not just where the person was, but when in time the person was. And different witnesses will provide different times.
I
Right.
love those cowboy
You
boots.
understand that as a
Kidding
concept.
No, I understand that.
And I'm not talking down to you, I'm just trying to make sure that I know you understand. I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record. And so, because this focus on whether or not she talked about the location, if that's the first time that she ever said location, and it just happened to be the location in trial that is where our client was. And now she's put the shooter on the south side of the building on the sidewalk, looking like he's going into the building on the south side in trial today.
Y'all want
Are
to
you
see
saying
my
she never
cowboy
said
boots?
that to you before? In your notes?
I don't wear anything else except for house slippers. Oh, yeah. Look at that judge. Poor guy. Yes. All it means is there's one less venomous snake in
And
the
you're
world.
asking me two
Thank
different
God.
questions,
Praise
like,
Jesus.
seeing him there versus seeing him specifically on the sidewalk. The term "the sidewalk" today caught me off guard because I never heard that before.
Had you ever heard her say that she had
Oh,
seen him either
patriotic.
going into the south side of the
Patient
building
like that.
or approaching the south door?
No,
Did she ever tell you that he was on the south side of the building?
no,
So nothing in your notes. Now,
no.
okay, so here's my question. At a time when you're talking to a witness and for the first time they're telling you that they saw the shooter, neither prosecutor or anyone in the room thought to ask her, where did you see the shooter?
He knows it's.
That wasn't a question that came up in anybody's mind to ask her where the shooter was?
We all do.
You know,
She
you're
does.
Getting very nitpicky. Let me tell you something. When we were prepping these witnesses, I was running a law office, and so I was in and out of interviews. So I can't say that she said that, and I'm like, oh my God.
Is
You
he
know, It
laughing?
wasn't that type of reaction for me, so that's the best I can say.
I guess I know, but as a person present in the interview, I mean, this is who.
But I can say today when she said that he was on the south end, I was surprised. That's what I can say.
And we were too, or that she saw him at all. But you were not surprised though when she testified that she had seen him.
Yeah, because she said that she had seen him. She said that during trial prep.
And so-
What she had seen is a guy with long hair with a gun.
And so you understand with all the information that you provided us and that your office provided us in discovery, you understand how we would be surprised that she testified that she saw him.
No, because I would assume that y'all knew that, given everything, given all the information that's been provided to y'all, that y'all would know that the testimony, the evidence is that he's on that south end of that building shooting into room 102, right? And so if he's at 102, that's the farthest room on that end, on that south end, then somebody's gonna see him, because there's casings from that room.
But somebody is going to see him versus a person in a particular place at a particular time saw him has a lot of relative. It's a whole different thing. You would agree with that? That's why I was asking that question. Place and time are both important considerations when we're talking about Adrian Gonzalez's conduct. What he saw, what he could see, what he could know, what others knew. Those are all important considerations.
But we already have other witnesses that say that he was that the shooter was seen at the south end of the building.
Right, and
We
you
have
would,
other witnesses.
okay, and so.
So I didn't think that would be a surprise to y'all.
Well, let me ask you this. So you say you have other witnesses that will say that. And now you have provided, you would agree, you have provided a witness that will corroborate those other witnesses, right? And make those other witnesses seem more credible instead of their testimony standing alone. Right?
Oh,
Okay.
no. Oh,
And
no.
so that would be an important thing for us to know
Oh,
before we
no.
started this trial. And to know when you knew it. You would agree with that.
I would agree that that was already known, that was out there.
Well, I'm not,
I don't understand why it's a surprise to you.
because you didn't report it when she told you that. That's why, because you didn't turn it over when she told you that, and it was something she had never said before. And I think you will agree with me that it's not been turned over by your office in any shape or form before.
Well, I would agree with you that I so asked you to come to my office and review our file. That was on the record. I said, I want you to come look through our complete file to make sure that you have everything. And that was agreed to, but then I was never contacted. So I did make our file available on the record before trial.
And you understand the prosecutor's obligation is not on the defense. The prosecutor's obligation
Now, I
belongs solely
understand
to
that,
the
but I wanted to
prosecutor.
make sure that this is tons of evidence. I want to make sure y'all had everything, made our discovery portal available, gave y'all a server. I wanted to make sure y'all had everything. So I did make that available.
I'll pass it.
I had a few follow-up questions on timing. Ms. Mitchell, to start with, there are casings not only in front of 102, but also south of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those casings are not attributable to anybody other than the shooter. Is that correct?
That's right.
And those pictures and statements have been given as to that. Is that correct? And as far as timing, the only timing this witness has said is when she heard firecrackers, she headed to her building and saw them coming together. Is that correct? Did you say anything about Adrian Gonzales being there or not being there?
No.
Did you testify to anything about Adrian Gonzales being there or not
No.
being there? So the timing is simply that as she hears what she believes to be firecrackers and where there are casings, she sees the man in black. Is that correct?
Right.
And so how does that timing in any way impact Adrian Gonzales?
I mean, speculation in that sense, because she can't know our defensive strategy or what we're doing. But it's pretty clear, Judge, it's pretty clear that we have these things down to the second. Prosecution presented the things in a big blurb. We have it to the second, and the second matters, and every second.
They have
And
to.
so timing is important to the defense strategy. I'll just represent to the court. I don't need Ms. Mitchell to testify about
We
how
have
important it is to the
the
strategy.
timing when every shot was fired, including the shots at the south end.
Okay.
We do have examples.
Let's finish up the evidence that you want. Did you have any other questions with Ms. Mitchell? Any other questions?
Not you, Jade.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, did you have any other follow-up, Cross, with Ms. Mitchell on?
I'd ask you to examine her records in camera, or her notes in camera to find out if that's
Did you want to call Garza or not?
Yes.
Okay, let's finish the evidence. All right. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause to be the truth, self you got.
I've never seen this happen.
Yeah, let's do it for the witness stand. You're a little far away.
This is the police officer involved in the Uvalde,
Okay. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Texas
Those who
massacre.
you are.
My name is Ricardo Garza Jr.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator for the DA's office in Uvalde County.
Were you present when Stephanie Hill was interviewed?
Yes.
And do you recall her saying anything about where the shooter was?
No.
Do you recall her saying that the shooter was in black?
Yes.
No.
And did she say anything about the black car or Adrian Gonzales during that period of time?
No.
Did she ever give any testimony about seeing Adrian Gonzales or where he was in proximity to the shooter?
No.
And did she give any indication of timing?
No.
Was she looking at a phone, a cell phone, as to timing,
No.
whether in minutes or seconds?
No.
So she could give us no clue as to what time she saw the person in black.
Correct.
That's the witness.
Investigator, so I guess first and foremost,
it doesn't have to be new evidence because essentially, how do I put this? This is new evidence in the sense that this is transformative information that would have required the defense to take on a different approach. And there were multiple people, as the woman said, that are going to confirm this. And that was not made clear to the defense. And the defense needs to be able to defend their client to the best of their abilities. Everyone in America deserves a fair and just trial. So this was just unreal.
Foremost, you would be willing to get on the stand and testify that the witness, and she testified, had never said before that this person was on the south side.
I don't recall her saying that.
That's different than what you testified to, which is that she did not.
Well, she did not.
Okay. So as far as the person, her telling you, you've looked through this file, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes. And you know that it's significant when people were able to see the shooter from the time that he went in the culvert to the funeral home, to walking down, to the shots he was firing, and who could see him and what was going on at the time. You know those are significant factors.
Correct.
Okay. And the shooter was apparently, I guess, in this December 2025 interview that you were present for, a question was asked, or Ms. Hale told you guys in that room that for the first time that anybody knows that she saw the shooter with a black shirt, wearing black, long black hair, and a long gun or a rifle. Yeah.
She said that.
Right. And you recognize that to be the first time that she has ever said that to anybody.
I don't know if that was the first thing she said to anybody.
Well, I guess to anybody in your investigation that would come over and discovery to us.
Correct.
You knew that was the first time she'd ever said it.
Correct.
And nobody in that room thought to say, where did you see him?
That was not asked.
Okay. So as an investigator, as prosecutors, you have a significant fact that's come out, and you're saying there was no follow-up questions to her saying that she saw a man dressed in black with a rifle and long hair. Nobody followed up. Nobody said where. Where were you and where was he when you saw him?
That was not asked.
As an investigator, you understand that follow-up question would be a common question that any investigator or prosecutor that you know of would ask. If somebody has come up and said a material fact like that, where were you and where was he when you saw him?
Correct.
And nobody in that room asked.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
That lady testified.
Okay, you step down, have a seat back at a council table. May I address the court on what issue, Your Honor? I'd just like to point out that the indictment says it accuses Adrian Gonzales of the crime that occurred after Melody Flores.
Patriotic. I just got a text from Connor's family about what's going on. Yeah.
Informed him where the shooter was. That's the time that is relevant and material to this case. Where the shooter was any time before that has no bearing on Adrian Gonzales or his conduct in this case.
Well, we can't delve into their trial strategy, but I'm gleaning that there is some issue in that regard for the trial strategy. So, any other evidence on the matter?
Not from the defense.
Okay. Arguments?
I guess, well, the only thing that I would like to ask, because we started to speak to my client and then they put on more evidence, I had to come sit over here. I'd just like a brief moment to talk to him. I mean, it's his case. It's his part of. I want to know how he feels about, because there's certain remedies that are severe.
Well, there's several remedies, Heath, et cetera, that we can talk about, but yeah, talk to him.
Thank you, Judge.
Holy crap. Hey guys, if you haven't done so already, please hit the like button, the thumbs up. That helps the algorithm significantly. We just hit 550,000 views in 28 days. That's over 500,000 plus some. Thank you. Thank you. Subscribe to the channel while you're at it.
Another 15 minutes. Pretty much.
Those are some great boots.
Let's fight one battle at a time. Come on, one. Okay. All right. You can take off if you want.
You can take off. Hold on one second. I gotta blow my nose. Today's the very first day, so you're in good hands. I cut through the testimony that I thought was boring, and pointed out the things that I thought was important. So thank you for the like and the follow. The next time, we're not done yet, but while we're waiting, the next time I will see you guys will be on Tuesday. No, wait, unless you're a member. If you're a member, I will see you tomorrow at 1:00. We are doing a crazy ass experiment. Pardon my French. If you're a member, you're gonna help me shop. With that being said, members stream is going to come up once this live stream ends. You're going to have the ability to notify yourself once I go live tomorrow. So as long as you're a member, you'll be able to watch, because I figured out how to do it so that only members can watch. If you're not a member, I'll see you on Tuesday at 3:30, and we will catch up on things. No, this woman is the she works for the state. She is one of the prosecutors. Oh my God, look at her there. All right, we're almost done for the day. Almost. But stick around till afterwards so you can notify yourself of the members only stream tomorrow. Become a member. It's a blast. Not the ice guy. Pardon me.
Mr. Goss, would y'all approach the bench real quick? I'm going to do a.
Dear, why would they do that? What time is it? 9:10 on here. Look at that face. What's up? Okay, I'm not going to mess with that any further. But please make sure to hit the like button, the thumbs up, that helps the algorithm significantly. And if you're not already subscribed, that's silly because it's free. So thanks, guys. Hurry up. We have places to go, people to see. Here we go. Y'all.
And then I'm going to excuse the jury. You can go bring them in, if you like. The juries. Yeah, please.
All rise for the jury.
Come on up, ma'am. Have a seat. Witness stand.
Unreal.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we had picked up a matter required by law outside your presence. As I've told you before, please don't hold it against either side. We need to, because of issues that arose during that hearing, we were already going to have to quit tomorrow for the medical appointment at noon or 1 o'clock. So we were not going to be here in the afternoon. To further deal with this issue, I'm going to continue this matter till Thursday morning at 9 o'clock for the jury. We will be here tomorrow dealing with a matter outside your presence, but I'm continuing the jury until 9 a.m. Thursday morning, and hopefully all the other issues can get resolved during that period. So thank all of you for your consideration and your patience. It's very, 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 very important with this day delay that you remember my instructions and do not read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media about the case. Don't make any personal investigations. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't let anybody talk to you. We will start on time, 9 a.m. Thursday, with this witness back on the stand. So have a good day off.
Okay, guys, here's the thing. I can give you the hearing. I can let you know what happens. The first part is 9 minutes. That's them arguing the matter. And then it's 7 minutes on top of that when the hearing resumes and until it ends. So that's like I would rather get day 2 done so that on Tuesday we can start with day 3 and we're not too behind. So I'm going to do that. If I'm mostly speaking to maybe like if you have somewhere to be, please. I don't know what's going on right now. I haven't looked at my phone. I haven't looked at X, but yeah, that's that. I should have just stuck with the other channel I was using. Okay.
Defendant's Exhibit A. I did not file it because I just, with the filing system, and there's our defense strategy, what you asked for. I would just ask, I don't have to file it, but you ask that it be sealed after you.
Yeah, it'll be sealed.
Thank you.
And you had your notes, Ms. Mitchell?
The record reflects I'm tendering to the court my notes, all of my notes. Tendering to the court my notes on witness Aaron Robin and Maria Chavez, who are also teachers that would be located on the south end of the building.
Okay, these also were tendered to me in camera, so they'll be sealed as well after I review them.
I just wanted to also clarify for the record, Your Honor, So yesterday when I testified, after I testified, I, off the record, told the opposing counsel, and I want to put this on the record, that I had not reviewed Stephanie Hale's interview with the Rangers at the time that she appeared for trial preparation. I went back to my notes. We interviewed her on December the 10th. At that time, I had not reviewed her testimony to the Rangers. It wasn't until the week of Christmas, I think all around December 26th, is when I started pulling the witness interviews with the Rangers that I reviewed her actual testimony to the Rangers. So the position that I should have had an epiphany on December the 10th when we interviewed her in anticipation of the trial is misplaced. And I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record to clarify.
Yes, Your Honor, and our position on that would have been the epiphany should have occurred on the 26th when she reviewed it.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to review these documents that have been tendered to me in camera, but I will obviously at this point take
If you didn't hear that, you need to like
as far
rewind 10
as
seconds because that was
remedies
friggin'
or proceedings
hilarious.
in this matter. So, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. So, as the court will see from what's been tendered as far as our defensive strategy, this did have this situation did have a significant effect on the strategy from voir dire all the way through, and through future witnesses, should they be called. We're in a position where we know under the law that we have to ask the court for a mistrial to preserve the record. However, if the court was not inclined to grant a mistrial, we do have other remedies we'd like to discuss.
Well, let me just say this, under Heath, the greatly awaited case from the Court of Criminal Appeals about the court's discretion and power to basically, if there is a Brady violation or a Morton violation, to have the ability to exclude that testimony. And they clarified that the prosecutors, it does not have to be an intentional act. And I'll say for the record that I find, based upon what we heard yesterday, that this was not an intentional act. At best, it was a negligent act, or at worst. So I do have the remedies under Heath available. But, if you're making your motion for mistrial, I will tell you, I don't believe what I've heard so far without reading in all. I have summarized what you gave me, and I kind of already had an idea of what it was. So I guess my question is, since we talked about yesterday, the three things that were complained about was the puffing, her seeing the dirt being puffed up. Number two, identifying or saying that she saw the individual for the first time, and the location. All right, my question is on the location issue that she testified to yesterday, and frankly, I think that was kind of a very quick testimony. I'm not sure that it resonated with the jury, but my question is there going to be other witnesses that put that individual in the same location that are going to be called later by the state?
Your Honor, I would say the most probably compelling testimony of the casings in the case that would either corroborate or override what she said. I believe the location that she placed, she's from probably in the neighborhood of 100 yards away, looking toward the south end of the building. And she puts, I believe she marked in a general area south of the building, the casings are going to be closer toward the west side of the building. That is, they're going to be further west by as much as 10 yards. I haven't figured the exact date. So a witness from 100 yards away, placing a witness within a 10-yard distance, that would be the distinction. The other potential witness, Melanie Flores, testified that, would testify that the gunman, as she saw the children go into the south door, she saw the gunman at the southwest
This is my most viewed live
stream building, which I believe her testimony will put it halfway between where the casings were and where this witness says it was.
Okay. Well, I did a little research last evening, and again, I don't want to. I've reviewed your in-camera explanation of how this affects your defense strategy, and I'd already kind of gleaned what it was. So I can tell you, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. You have made it, and you've preserved your record. Again,
yes, sir. In addition, just so I can make sure it's clear, because we all know how the courts start interpreting later. We will go with whatever remedy the court decides that we can decide it. However, we do not believe that it's a sufficient remedy, and mistrial would be the appeal.
Yeah, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial or objection, obviously. And I'm going to find under Heath, although it's not a prerequisite, that it was not intentional by the district attorney's office. It was negligent. And I don't believe what was testified to in front of the jury resonated enough to significantly affect your trial strategy. But what I am going to do under Heath is I'm going to exclude her testimony.
We have just before you do that, I just want to know we have a response to if you would consider that.
We would also have a response to that, and just so we can explain to the court that our primary concern with an exclusion is that basically what's happened, and I understand the jury, they'll instruct the jury to disregard. I think a lot of that testimony, though, is going to be difficult for them to disregard. A lot of it is emotional testimony. One of the things that we were thinking about as a remedy would be to allow us to play her statement to the Rangers in its entirety to the jury so that they can hear what she said in the first 4 days.
Well, I was going to give the option of, even if I exclude her testimony, you still, if you wish, could cross-examine her and do that.
Okay.
And then at the conclusion of that, my thought could be to exclude it at that time.
Yes, sir. It's like, I guess my concern would be if we excluded it now and they haven't had an opportunity.
I was going to give you that choice, but you jumped ahead of me.
Sorry, Judge. I'm sorry. I got a little afraid. I'm sorry.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, what do you have?
Your Honor, we just have a response
shaking in my boots.
to exclude the testimony of witnesses as age in anticipation of their motions. I just want to file that with the court for the court's consideration. You can file this copy too.
Okay, well,
Speaking of which, I forgot to look at his boots.
I'm sorry.
okay, thank you.
I just want to file that copy.
Okay, so again, this is kind of a sua sponte remedy that I've devised. It's not really their motion.
Don't worry, it's not this long.
Did you file a written?
No.
Did you file something?
No.
Okay, okay,
This is just anticipation of an oral motion to
Okay.
exclude, Your Honor.
okay.
I don't normally like purple ties, but that looks.
I don't know, Your Honor, can we
quite nice.
confer as to possible remedies and see if we can come up with a solution? Would the court be open to that?
I mean, if y'all agree on a remedy, I'm happy to entertain that, but I want the record to reflect that pursuant to Heath, I do have, discretion to craft a remedy any way I see fit. But what I've already done, for the record, is we have given a continuance to the defense until tomorrow, and we're having a hearing outside the presence of the jury to entertain potential remedies and make findings of fact if necessary. But for the record, there was a motion for mistrial, and on that motion for mistrial, I'm going to find it's denied because I think the remedies available are sufficient to protect the due process rights of the defendant. And if y'all want to agree on a remedy, I'm happy to entertain that, but I have one in mind, and I'm going to give the defense some leeway on how they want to proceed with the witness in front of the jury in the event she's recalled after we talk. So take 15 minutes, y'all talk, and we'll come back into court, and I'll review the state's response to the oral motion and finish the other in-camera matters that were submitted to me. But is there a place,
Insulting.
if you want, just
That's
go
like
back
a
and
waste
I'll stay here and you
time
can go back to the office that
and
they
emotional
provided me.
energy.
We have a room actually that they've given us over here that's.
Or you can actually go to the jury room if you want to, because nobody's there.
Kind of makes me
But
mad.
I'm assuming that contemplates conferring that everybody goes, the state joins you.
I like the necktie.
Okay. That's fine. All right, well, y'all let me know. We'll be in recess till you come back.
Y'all just take your time now. You hear?
Jury, and I've given counsel an opportunity to confer on potential remedies in regard to the witness. So what do y'all have to report?
Judge, we've had pretty productive talks, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, that the proposition at this point, with them still reserving the right to think of it overnight and start in the morning, is that they continue their cross-examination. They get to also play the entire statement that she made. We would then get to redirect, and then they still reserve the right to ask you to exclude all the testimony. And
Yeah.
that part would go.
Yes, Judge, and under the idea that we want to unring the bell first before there's an instruction to exclude it, because and have them exclude it all in its entirety, which is fine. But we would like to be able to unring that bell and then make that decision. Depending on how that cross-examination goes, we might not ask to exclude her, because there are some things that she says that we're just trying to evaluate her testimony after it is to see On balance, is it more beneficial to
Good
our
luck.
case, or is it not? Like, after we've unrang the bell. But if we determine on balance that it's less beneficial, we would still like to have the Heath remedy for the late disclosure.
Well, for the record, I'm offering it right now. I'm
For the
offering Heath
record.
remedy to exclude her testimony immediately. But if y'all want an opportunity to try this, if both sides agree, I'm happy to implement that agreement.
Yes, Your Honor. What we believe is ultimately we believe we're asking the court to exclude. The only issue is that we just want to be able to unring the bell first.
All right.
Is the idea.
And we.
Sir, will you be a Supreme Court justice,
I know I
please?
told her, but she's supposed to be here at 9:00 tomorrow. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Additionally, I will say that that in light of it, whatever harm that the court has determined in the defense case strategy, or in emotional impact, we would add that, and we do believe that under our 403 motion and motion of limine under the autopsy photos and the like, that it would start to, that the court should add that in the 403 balance. Because part of what was not disclosed is something that is, I guess, on an emotional level, especially in what this witness testified to has a tendency to prejudice the defendant. She was taking shots. She was actually personally traumatized by these things that we are going to show that she's never said before. But the jury, having heard that, we believe that it should be a part of the 403 balance when the court eventually. I know you haven't made your final decision about what it is, but I would just, for the record, I would say that it can compound the harm if there's a disclosure, and then the probative value, whatever that is, of them trying to get into these photos of these children, are the prejudicial danger is compounded by something like this occurring in the trial, as to how it can affect the jury. And so I just want to put on the record now, I know the court hasn't made the decision, but just to put that in the court's mind, that we are also going to be arguing that at a later date.
All right.
And Judge, I just wanted to be clear, because I originally heard the court say, I'm willing to strike all the testimony now, but I'm also willing to entertain the defense's claims.
I want on the record, because I've denied the mistrial, that in lieu of the mistrial, I'm ready to exclude the testimony now. But if you all want to agree on this, then I will implement your agreement.
Could you give me 1 minute?
Yeah, and I guess the yes, I think just the court understanding, willing to strike now would the only reason we're not accepting that. What I don't want to do is be in a situation where I'm on the record saying that I don't want that court's remedy, because then the courts later will say, well, then if you didn't want the court's remedy, then how can you claim that the mistrial was wrongfully denied, right? So what I want to do is just say that the reason we don't believe that striking it now, like she just goes away, is that we'll never have an opportunity to unring the bell.
And we think that the court's remedy of striking it all now is sufficient.
Right. You see what I mean? And so, what it does is it puts us in a situation where that remedy could actually harm a client worse. All right.
Well, we'll let the defense proceed as we just discussed, and she needs to be here at 9:00 in the morning, and then I'll make a decision on exclusion with everybody's participation after we rest and or actually she's finished with redirect and recross, whatever the case may be.
Yes, sir.
But my recollection is she's on cross now.
She is.
Okay.
We left off where I was refreshing her with her statement, and then that's when this issue came up, and so I would just continue with the cross examination.
They passed her and she's on cross.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So 9:00 tomorrow with the witness, and we will proceed at that time. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess.
Okay, guys. And with that, few reminders. If you haven't already done so, please make sure to like this stream, subscribe to my channel, and I really I enjoyed having y'all here today. If you are new, I do this every Tuesday through Friday beginning at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, and I've been trying to just do like the non-boring parts, which is why I allowed this trial to go on a few days to give me some time to review it and figure out what I think that it is important to hear, what is critical in order to make the best possible decision. With that being said, tomorrow I am hosting a members only live stream at 1 p.m. Eastern. You guys are going to help me shop. I'm terrified. So with that, I've already said that like 5 times. Tuesday, if you're not a member, which being a member is great, you get your own emojis, you get like discounted merchandise, you get members only live streams. It's pretty fetch. It's pretty fetch. So look into it, and I will look forward to seeing the general public of the live stream on Tuesday at 3:30, and then members only tomorrow 1 p.m. Eastern. All right, y'all. It's time for me to go eat some dinner and probably go to bed. Thank you so much. This was actually like one of my best live streams. Also, thank you to my mods. Thank you to my supporters. Thank you to my haters. And you will be able to set a notification for tomorrow's live stream if you wait until I finish the stream, like till the countdown is finished. There will be a reminder to redirect you to that. All right, guys, have a safe, healthy, wealthy, and blast of a weekend. And I will see you soon. Okay, bye.